flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful flight. Fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance. Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Bass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Bass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. And I am happy to be here with you. Today is August 2nd. It is currently 2:32 in the afternoon. We are right on time. Excuse me, 2:33. We're off by a minute. But we are here with you to talk about some of the very important issues that are going on right now. What's happening with Dr. Anthony Fauci and whether or not he will be brought up on criminal charges or if he should be. And that's a big question. What's going on in Spain and how would that affect the European Union and potentially and eventually, not just potentially, but eventually the United States as well? What's going on in Idaho right now? Plus, there's news about Hamas. There's news about Zoran Mandami, Kathy Hochul. There's a lot of things that have been happening in the last week. Not everyone's been talking about, and a lot of the mainstream news media have downplayed many of these news items because they don't want you talking about it, because they want to preserve the 2026 midterm election. But I believe you deserve to have the opportunity to have the details, to draw some conclusions for yourself, and then make up your mind on how you're going to react. That's what adults do. That's what you do when you treat someone like an adult. You tell them the facts, you give them your opinion on the conclusions, and you get to decide what you want to believe about everything. I don't know. Maybe it's a unique way of looking at things. It's not really partisan, even though I am a Republican conservative. But even so, it's relying on the individual to make up your mind because you're an American citizen. You have the right to choose. It is one of your rights by birth. But let's get into a bit of that and we'll talk about it because God knows there's a lot to say. But before we even get started with that, our first comment today comes from Phil. Thank you, Phil, for the first comment of the day. And Phil starts it off with a super chat. You gotta love it. And Phil has a super chat for $2. He says, I don't have a dog. Give Khan a biscuit for me. For those who don't know, Khan is my dog. He's 15 years old, 21 pounds. He is a fantastic dog. Unlike Hassan Piker, I don't put a shock collar on him. I don't drag him onto the show just so that you can see him, have sympathy, and give me money. I don't do that. But Khan is sleeping right now, not more than 3 feet away from me. And he always enjoys watching the show. I'm sure later he'll make some noise, so we'll have some conversations. Phil, thank you for the $2, and thank you for supporting my 15-year-old dog. I love him, and I love you too. Thank you. All right, so we've got Bronner has joined us as well. We're getting a bit of a crowd coming in, and I'm happy about that. So we're going to have some great conversations. Throughout the show, I will be going back into the comments. You can ask anything you want. You can talk about anything that you want, and you can ask me. You can disagree. You can agree. If you disagree, fantastic. Tell me why. Don't be insulting. Don't be rude. Just tell me why you think I'm wrong, or if there's some information that I don't have, and I'll be happy to go through it with you. And if you want to get a shout out a little bit faster, then of course you can do like Phil, and you can do a Rumble rant or a super chat on YouTube. You can become a member of our Patreon, or you could go to PayPal. Any of those things are something that you can do to help the program, to help me in this process. So we'll get right into it. So before we get to the breaking news, and there is breaking news, we will talk about that in 1 second. Before we get to that, I want to address something that I thought's important. It's a little bit of new news. For those who are part of the Patreon, or those who are considering it, it is $1.50 per month. $1.50 per month to be a member of the Patreon. There are no other tiers. There is no other classification. It's just $1.50 a month, because you're here to help support, not to break the bank. We already have enough streaming services out there, and we provide 40, 50 hours of content every month. Think about it. You can go and see Supergirl 10 times, or you can make a $1.50 donation to me. And I think you'll have a better time here with me rather than watching Supergirl 20 times. But there you go. And Rumble rants are a better value, as Phil mentions. The Rumble rants are a bit cheaper, so knock yourself out. I'm not beholden to YouTube, and it's not like they do me any favors with all the censorship. But on the Patreon now, we have a wonderful submission by the J Rest Break. You may recall J Rest Break was doing a couple hundred short videos on the channel for a while, and we supported that, gave him a chance to have his voice reach out, and he also submitted a review. There's a book that just came out called Nothing Left. It's by Evan Barker. For those who are unfamiliar, Evan Barker is a far left, let me say it again, far left activist, a fundraiser, a progressive Democratic Socialist of America operative. Evan's whole purpose was to try and get people like AOC, Bernie Sanders, Daraliza Chevalier, to get them elected to promote socialism in America. Zohran Mamdani, another example of the kind of people that she worked with. And she worked directly with some of the biggest names on the far left, and she's a Democrat. But the left kept moving left, and they forgot and moved so far left that even the socialist supporter, the Democratic operative, the fundraiser for the far left was left behind. She couldn't keep up with the left-leaning movement, and she disagreed. So she wrote a book, a tell-all book about the actual truth, about Bernie Sanders and his lack of support for the environment, the truth about AOC, the truth about the funding and the backdoor deals that the far left have made so that they come to you and present, well, yeah, we're these rebels, we're going to change the world. And once they get in, they become as much a part of the establishment, doing the same thing that the establishment continuously does, the things that they complain about to you to get your money. And once they get in, they just get the money and join the establishment. It's a tell-all book. It just came out this week, and the J Rest Break has written an entire review. It is on Patreon. It is there only for the paid members. So if you're a paid member, you can look at the entire review and then decide whether or not you would want to purchase this book for yourself. It is eye-opening. I think the JRS Break makes a wonderful case about whether or not you should read this book. Whether you should pay for it or not, that's your choice, but whether or not you should read the book and find out more about what's going on in politics. I will not spoil anything, but we've got AOC, Bernie Sanders, the squad, your progressive neighbor. This is what the book is about, and this is what the review tells you about. So I do want to make sure people are aware of that. Some other interesting news. I just want to bring this up because I think it's kind of important. As many people may know, I'm on Instagram as well. We do the live stream there, but we also, throughout the week, we do short videos. Depending on the week, I may do a lot of them or just a handful. But something I thought that was pretty interesting. Right here, you see this one, which has 28,000 likes. 28,000 likes. This is my conversation about Dr. Fauci and whether or not Dr. Fauci gave up his pardon, whether or not he can be convicted or charged with crimes and that process. And it's a very short video. It's only like 2 minutes long. But I just want you to see that has 500,000 views, 542,000 views, which is a lot. That's a good video for me. 500,000 views, 28,000 likes. Pretty good numbers. And on YouTube, that exact same short video, the exact same short video that got 500,000 views on Instagram, got less than 100 views on YouTube. It's not that we don't have an audience. We appeal to an audience. We talk to people who want to hear what we have to say, the same things that you want to say. And it's people like YouTube, Google, to an extent, Facebook, and the other platforms. They don't want you to be heard. So please do, throughout the show, consider hitting the subscribe button. Please hit the subscribe button, because we want to get to 5,000 subscribers. The audience is out there. You just can't find us because they're hiding it. They're hiding the content. There's a reason why 500,000 people watch this video. And there's a reason why less than 100 people were allowed to see this on YouTube. And by the way, it's on TikTok as well. But TikTok doesn't like black Republicans, so you probably won't see it there. And even on TikTok, there's 500 people who saw it on TikTok, which is a platform that hates America, hates black Republicans, and 500 people, 5 times as many people saw it on TikTok than on YouTube, because YouTube hates anyone who is conservative and does not want you to know we exist. But guess what? I do exist. So I just wanted to point that out. Again, none of that costs you money. You can go check it out. It's up to you. We're going to move on a little bit. Wait a minute. We got a couple of comments here. So let me jump back to the comments before I go into the breaking news, and we'll talk a little bit about that. But we got a comment that came in from Phil, who says, I heard somebody say that the Westerners who would go down to Nicaragua in the 80s would be called Sandinistas because they pretended to be revolutionaries, but were there for a vacation. Well, to be a Sandinista took a little bit more than just going on vacation. There was a bit more to that. But there were a lot of people on the left, including Bernie Sanders, who were praising Nicaragua. That's the country that last week decided that there will never be any more elections. They have become so socialist that they have also become authoritarian, and they have removed the capability of the people to vote for anyone at all. I mean, even in the Soviet Union, which I lived in for a year and a half, even in the old Soviet Union, when they had an election, they'd at least give you the choice of you could vote for the dead guy or you can vote for the communist who's in charge of the party. You had a choice. It wasn't a real choice. You'd still be in deep trouble if you voted for the dead guy, but you could vote for the dead guy, or you could vote for the party chairman. It was a choice. And in Nicaragua, you don't even get that choice anymore. No, it's just the socialists, the leftist socialists of Nicaragua are in charge, and you have no choice. And you think that's going to work out well for the Nicaraguan people? I don't think so. I think you're looking at people starving to death, much like Venezuela, even more than they've been starving in Nicaragua very soon. So the Sandinistas are a little bit different. Phil also brings up that, well, there is a censorship industrial complex. I mean, that's the reason why we have a Rumble, because it's one of the few platforms, along with X to a certain extent, where you get to have free speech. Because that is probably one of the most powerful tools available to people around the world. It's not just an American right to speak about your government, to speak about the policies that affect your life every day. It is a God-given birthright, and yet we see the internet overlords, they have a political preference, and they will enforce that political preference to try and lead you down a path to support their one guy. And we see it with YouTube. Oh, yeah, you want to talk about Dr. Fauci? You want to talk about the pandemic? You can't. Remember when they were dropping people off the internet? And that was one of the reasons, not the only one, but one of the reasons why my channel had been shadow banned so harshly, and that of Larry Sharp and so many, many other figures out there. We were resigned to a dark hole in the internet, because how dare you question the government like the First Amendment allows you to do? So that was very upsetting to me, and I get it. But that being said, we're going to move on. I'm not going to be upset about that. I don't want to get triggered like my good friend Larry Sharp. He gets triggered sometimes, usually because of something that I said. If you don't know Larry Sharp, he's running for governor of New York, and I do support him. He's a libertarian. He's a very good friend of mine. I know him personally and professionally for a decade now. And I often am in the chat in his channel when he live streams, and I usually piss him off because I'm a conservative Republican. And so he gets pissed off at me, and we go back and forth. You see it when we're in person. It's even worse. I love it. I love you, Larry. I really do. Got to kick some ass in what's going on in New York. Now, as I'm showing you this, I'm also going to double check in case there's any breaking news on this at this moment. And boom. There was another update about 57 minutes ago. I will get to that in a moment. But until we get to that, you may have heard about what happened in Idaho. Now, I have a very specific thing I want to talk about this. We know that there was an insane madman who at last, before the show, they had not identified who the shooter was. We know it's someone who's very light-skinned, looks like a white man with black hair. I'll show you the video in a little bit. But it appears to be either a white, could be Arabic, not quite sure, man with black hair. He had a rifle with him, and I'll go into details about that in a second. And for no apparent reason, this lunatic, this evil bastard, walked into an In-N-Out Burger in Idaho. Who's in Idaho? And just started shooting people. It's insane. It is an act of insanity. And that's something that no red flag law, no SAFE Act, no form of gun control can protect you from. Insane people don't care about the law. Insane people do not follow the law. And we saw that in Idaho yesterday. An insane man walked in, started shooting people, killed 3 people, wounded 5 others. It is absolutely evil and repugnant that this happened. Should never have happened. But was the problem the gun? And this is the thing that we're hearing now. In 24 hours, we're starting to hear the left do the same thing that they do in any kind of event that winds up being part of their narrative. If it was a black person, you wouldn't hear about this story. They wouldn't talk about it at all. But it seems to be a white guy. At least that's what they're not telling us at this moment. And the only reason why I know that is because there's video of this guy so that we were able to see it taken by regular people, and they have their little hand, the cell phones, and they took a video at great risk to themselves to show people what was going on. And I think that's pretty important. So we know gun control doesn't work, because if gun control worked, this maniac would not have been shooting at people. By the way, he had a rifle and a handgun, I believe. The reports are still coming in. It is still somewhat sketchy, but we believe that this might be a white. You'll probably hear, and yeah, Bronner's got it. He's got it right. You're going to hear from CNN, MSNBC, up until the moment that we get actual data. They will imply on the left-leaning news media, the CNN, the MS Now, NBC News, they're going to imply that it's a white Christian, MAGA, Trump, NRA. That's who did it. Until we get proof, which will likely turn out to be none of those things. And it's my opinion that it's probably someone who is a Islamist fanatic, because that seems to have been a trend recently. And this individual does, the video's unclear. He could be Middle Eastern, could be white. But I don't think this is a right-wing nut job. We don't have enough evidence to believe that yet. But we will see. We will see. What we do know is, so this guy goes to an In-N-Out Burger, and this is news coming from NPR. Now, NPR says 3 people were killed and 7 more were injured. I've heard reports of 5. They're saying 7. In a shooting at an In-N-Out Burger restaurant in southern Idaho on Saturday. And this was near the Twin Falls City region. They go on to say, and let me make this a little bit bigger for you guys, because there's something interesting that you're going to hear only from NPR. Police who responded to the shooting found the body of the suspect, the gunman, in an area near the restaurant. Now, I believe there is a reason. I don't believe that this is a self-inflicted wound. I believe the gunman was shot. And I'm going to tell you why in just a moment, but I'm giving you the background so you can understand the thing that saved people's lives has nothing to do with the illogic that the left would like to give you. The people who hate firearms, they want to bury the upcoming reality of what saved lives yesterday. And I do believe lives were saved because of what's coming up, and I'll explain in 1 second. They go on to say, officials are working notifying individuals, blah, blah. Where is it? The shooter's identity and motive was not being released on Saturday, but they believe that there was one individual, a lone gunman, not a group. That's in question. Where did they put it? Here it is. So this is from NPR. Lane Cohen, 34, said he was at a stoplight near the In-N-Out when he saw a person with a, quote, AR-style rifle. Now, we do know that this individual, Lane Cohen, 34, he did take video from the stoplight of the shooter and another individual that was at the In-N-Out Burger. But notice the way that NPR is loading your impression. This is an AR-style rifle. And in other words, AR-15 style. You should be afraid. Oh my God, it's an assault rifle, which doesn't exist. This is a military weapon. This is an evil firearm that goes out on its own and just shoots people. It just possesses people and causes them to shoot randomly everywhere. And there are 50 million Americans who are dying every year because of AR rifles, because they're so evil. except as I have covered on this channel for 2 decades. 2 decades now I've been doing this. AR rifles are only found in about 2% of mass shootings. 2% a year. That's it. It is uncommon to see a rifle used in mass shootings. It is far more common, 60% of the time, you see a handgun is used. That's true in Binghamton with the ACA shooting. That's true in almost all the shootings. But I want you to understand, NPR wants you to be afraid so that you will support gun control, which means you will support a Democrat, and they're trying to get you to vote Democrat in the 2026 midterm election. It is the language that is being used to subliminally subvert your own reasoning and to support gun control, even though by definition, this entire story tells us that it doesn't work. If gun control was effective, and for 50 years of my life, we have seen the answer from Democrats every time is pass a law. And they do. They pass another law and another law. There are over 22,000 gun laws in America. I love when the leftist women say, oh, I wish I had as many rights as a gun. There are 22,000 laws restricting your freedom of owning a firearm. Do you really want to, let me talk to the feminists out there. Do you really want 22,000 laws restricting your freedoms? Do you really want that? Because I don't think you do. But you want to make people feel. It's about the vibe. It's about an emotion that you can manipulate to gain control. And that's what NPR is doing here. They are manipulating you. So let me go over to a slightly different article. This is coming from Channel 7. That's KTVB News. I try to use credible sources everywhere I can. And in particular, left-leaning credible news sources wherever I can to be able to provide you information here. So the shooting was at random, apparently. And what we can see here is, there we go. Where is it? And I'm going to, shots were being fired. Where did I highlight this? 30 to 40 feet away. So we get a description. Here it is. So in the second paragraph, we get an answer from the same guy, the news media quoting the same Lane Cohen, 34. And in this case, the Channel 7 News says he looked right to his right. The shooter was 30 to 40 feet away. So Lane had a very clear view of him, and I'll show you the video of this in a moment. And he was firing what appeared to be a semi-automatic rifle. Did you notice the difference in the wording? Channel 7 News, the local news media, tell the truth. They tell their audience, who would know the difference, that it's a semi-automatic rifle. It isn't necessarily that spooky AR-15 that you saw in the Rambo movie. No. This is a rifle like any other of the tens of thousands of rifles that are in Iowa. Yeah, just a regular rifle. It wasn't a machine gun, and assault rifles aren't machine guns. And by the way, according to the ATF, there are well over 6,000 machine guns in Idaho right now. Over 6,000. You can check this for yourself. There's over 280,000 machine guns in America right now. And none of them have been used for any kind of no crime. They've only been used in a crime 4 times since 1932. So it's not the firearm, and it's not that they're assault rifles. It's a semi-automatic rifle. The difference isn't semantic. It's the way that you think. The true description, semi-automatic rifle, is newsworthy and correct. And it leaves you open to make up your own mind on how we can better elect officials, create laws, and try to figure out what causes mass shootings. But NPR doesn't want you to think. They want you to be afraid. They want you to be emotional so that you will vote the way they want you to vote. KTVB News, Channel 7, wants you to make up your own mind. They want you informed. They're not trying to manipulate you. NPR is. And I just wanted to point out that very interesting point there. I think there was another thing I wanted to highlight that's a little bit different. Where is it? So let's go down. No. Okay. I had another quote that I wanted to bring up. I'm not seeing it at the moment. Links to all of the sources that I'm going over on the channel with you will be available after the show, after the live stream. I know there's a bunch of comments. I see you guys. I'm going to get to it. I absolutely will answer this for you. But I want you to know that in Idaho, and you can look this up, look up Idaho concealed carry, it is legal for someone to conceal carry. It's called constitutional concealed carry because you have a constitutional right to the Second Amendment that shall not be infringed to bear arms. You have the right to have a firearm to protect yourself, your family, your property from crazed lunatics like the one in Idaho. You have that right. It is God-given, and the government has no right to interfere with that. So we know that in Idaho, as long as you're over 18, you're an American citizen, you properly own the firearm, you register it, you can conceal carry it. That is a right. Now, why is that such a big deal? Because what I'm going to show you right now is a video. And this is, forget about the Dallas Express. The video I'm about to show you is from the event. This is the shooter and a good guy with a gun. A good Samaritan, if you want to call him that. One of the Idaho individuals, civilians, residents, an American citizen, who is using his right to bear arms, his right to conceal carry, his constitutional right to protect and save other people. And I'll show you the video right now. Now, let me stop this. This guy that you see here, who's on the right of the screen, he's holding on to a, looks like it's a pistol, might be a handgun, might be an automatic, but it looks like it's a pistol. Okay. And he is aiming at this guy. This guy in the black on the left has a rifle. He is the insane, crazed murderer, the lunatic that killed people in the In-N-Out Burger. And if no one interfered, this guy on the left would be busy still shooting people in the In-N-Out Burger. He'd have been busy shooting people in the streets, because if no one else was trying to take him out, he would have no distraction. He would have no opposition until police would show up. Let me be very clear about this. And we have seen the data. I have talked about this for 2 decades. In the first 3 minutes is normally the greatest amount of injuries, the greatest amount of deaths and casualties that you will see in a mass shooting. The first 3 minutes are critical, hyper critical. The reason for that is that within the first minute, everyone is shocked. Everyone is surprised. Nobody knows what's going on. So the first minute of any of these mass shootings is always incredibly high body count out of the entire event. The most, you'll see the initial most number of people dead in the first minute, because everyone's shocked. They're frozen in place. They haven't tried to find shelter. And then, whoops, that's me dropping my microphone. And then after the first minute, that's when we start to see that everyone starts running. They try and hide. They try and find somewhere to be safe, to get to hunker down and be a harder target to be hit by these lunatic, evil, vile maniacs. And so within the first 3 minutes, that's when minute 2 and 3 is when you normally see the highest number of casualties, people injured. Now, sometimes that's also people who are dead, but also very injured. Why? Because that's when people are hiding. They're now trying to run away. They're trying to get out of the line of fire. So it is a harder target for that maniac to be able to injure. So that's why you see the first 3 minutes are the most dangerous times in a mass shooting. The first minute because of reaction, the second and third minute because people are hiding. Now, why do we say the first 3 minutes? Because normally in many locations, the first, after about 3 minutes, somewhere in the 3 to 5 minute range, you normally get a police response. In almost all mass shootings, usually within 3 to 8 minutes, but overwhelmingly 3 to 5 minutes, somewhere in that time frame, there are officers who are responding to that emergency, and they show up on the scene and they start to confront the shooter. In every single one of these cases, it's because the officers come out with a firearm and then they engage that crazed individual and they shoot at him. And that makes the crazed lunatic either fire back at police and get into a firefight or run away and hide. And sometimes they self-delete. But it's always in that 3 to 5 minute time frame when someone confronts them that they stop trying to kill innocent civilians. So the sooner you get someone with a firearm to confront that lunatic, the sooner that you save people's lives. Because you're either interfering with that first minute when that lunatic has the element of surprise, or it's in the second and third minute when people are trying to find somewhere they can hide or to run away, and the lunatic is trying to aim at them and drill down and catch people. So the sooner that someone engages that lunatic, the less people get shot at. Therefore, less people die. This is always the case. This is in every single mass shooting that I have covered over the last 20 years. That is the research that comes from the FBI and from every law enforcement agency across the country. These are facts. This is something that happens in every mass shooting. It's just what happens. And that process will continue. That crazed individual will continue to engage with whomever is the first person. And as law enforcement shows up, the more people who show up with firearms to try and stop that individual, they will engage with them until they are either they run out of bullets, they self-delete, in rare, very rare cases, they give up, or they are killed. Those are the 4 outcomes that we see every single time. And I believe that what you are seeing on the screen right now, I know it's not that big. I will have the link. I have a couple of links that you will be able to see this. But what you're seeing is, I believe that the good guy with the firearm on the right is saving people's lives the way that gun control never could. The way that all of the promises, all of the wool that is pulled over your eyes, the vibe check that comes from the Democrats, the progressives, the anti-gun movement that say, if we just pass another law, you'll be safe. They're the ones who are telling you, you can't conceal carry because that's deadly. It's dangerous. It's a problem. Concealed carry is saving lives in Idaho right now. The mainstream news media is not going to have this conversation with you. The mainstream media is not going to break this down. They're not going to get an expert who has been covering mass shootings for the last 20 years and has gone over the data 2 to 3 times with the public every year for 20 years. They will not have the time. They will not take the time. They will not provide the data. They will not go through the structure of these kinds of events. They will not talk to you. I am. because you're intelligent, because you're an adult. And when you have the information, you can make better decisions. And so the law did not stop the crazed individual on the left. The good guy with a gun on the right, who had a constitutional right to carry his firearm, was saving lives, actively saving lives. And anyone in the news media who doesn't tell you he saved lives is lying to you because they have a political agenda. That gunman had to stop firing at other people who were sitting and hiding and running. He could not aim at them. He could not try and shoot at them because there was the good guy with his pistol or his revolver was firing at him. And if he had stopped paying attention to the good guy with the gun, then the good guy would have taken him out. And it is my belief. Now, this is speculation. I could be wrong. But my speculation on this is that the good guy actually hit the maniac. The good guy with the pistol actually hit at least once, hit the crazed lunatic with the rifle, and injured him, killed him. It was a wound that didn't kill instantly, but wounded him enough that the guy bled out. And that's why when the police showed up approximately 4 to 5 minutes after this entire event started, 4 to 5 minutes later, that's when the police found the guy's body and found him dead on the scene because the good guy had stopped him. The good guy saved lives. There could have been a dozen or more people dead were it not for the constitutional carry of Idaho. Were it not for the Second Amendment, there could be a dozen or more people dead. It took the police, based on the news reports that I am seeing, somewhere between approximately 4 to 5 minutes to show up on the scene. That is well beyond and in addition to the death zone of 3 minutes. So there would, absolutely, without question, would have been more dead people and more wounded people if it were not for the good guy with the gun. And the mainstream media will lie to your face and say the good guy with the gun is a myth. They'll tell you that the good guy with a gun doesn't save lives, which is a lie. Let me add to this. In 2013, the Obama administration, yes, the Obama administration, funded a taxpayer study of do good guys with guns, when a civilian owns a firearm, does that save lives? And according to the Obama administration, every year in America, 3 million people are saved because they own a firearm. 3 million people's lives are saved every year in America because of firearm ownership. I want that to sink into your mind because this is something that the Obama administration knew for a fact. They paid for a study with your tax dollars, and the data is known. And anyone who is credible, anybody who says that they follow or speak about on the news about any kind of mass shooting or any of these kinds of events, if they don't know that, they are either lying to you, they're leaving out important information, or they don't know what the hell they're talking about, because that's important. And so this is one of the 3 million people a year that the Obama administration knew for a fact exist, that constitutional carry, that exercising your Second Amendment rights saves lives. And this guy is an unsung hero. I hope that he will be able to get, that the news media will do justice and to find out who he is and to thank him for saving lives. I truly hope that will happen. I doubt it. And I can guarantee you CNN isn't going to proclaim this guy as a savior. You're not going to hear that from MS Now, ABC News, CBS. They're not going to tell you this guy saved a bunch of lives. Thank God that he was there. Thank God he decided to conceal carry. Thank God he was able to fend off and I believe possibly kill this insane lunatic on the left with the rifle, because the problem wasn't the firearm. They both had firearms. The difference is the intent. On the left, you have a lunatic. On the right, you have someone who's trying to save lives. And that is worth bringing up. And you're not going to hear that from the mainstream news media. You're not going to hear that from 90% of the people on the internet outside of the gun community, given. There are a bunch of people in the gun community that have probably said what I'm saying and even more. And they probably know every single one of the firearms that were used that day and whatever kind of ammo they were using. They probably have, I mean, they're good. My good friend, Frank Johnson, with the Range Report. I'm sure if you go to Frank and ask him about it, he has 1,001 things that he knows about this. He can give you more details, but he will agree with me. So outside of the gun community, I am one of the only people who will take the time to actually have this conversation. Now, if you think I am wrong, I am happy to have the conversation with you. If you think there is a law that you could have passed that would take the guy on the left, the lunatic, and stop him without the guy on the right, the good guy with a gun on the right, actually engaging with him and keeping him busy until police showed up. If you think there's a law that would have stopped the guy on the left, please tell me what it is. Please tell me. And I know what the things that you're going to hear from the left is. Well, they're going to say, well, if we just didn't have ban the firearms, they are international. Every country in the world has firearms. Firearms have existed for the last well over 300 years. Firearms are older than the United States. Machine guns existed when America existed. So you can't tell me you're going to ban the guns. You can't. By the way, when Prime Minister Abe of Japan, in a country where most people don't own firearms are not a thing in Japan. They're highly restricted. They are culturally not something that people use on a regular basis. And the Prime Minister of Japan, Abe, was killed by a lunatic who made a handmade shotgun. So you can ban whatever you want. And around the world, we see this is true. You can ban and you can get rid of every firearm in the world. And a lunatic will make their own firearm because it's basic physics. You can't stop it. So you can't tell me, well, ban the gun and that'll stop all the crime. A lunatic who understands basic chemistry, basic physics, will be able to make his own. It's really simple. It's not hard. Mind you, it's not going to be something that you're going to use and switch out magazines. You're not going to be able to use it forever. It's a once and done kind of thing, but you can do it. And lunatics have done it, and they killed a prime minister of a country with a handmade, homemade shotgun. So you can't tell me banning is going to save lives. It doesn't. Red flag laws don't save lives from mass shooters. That's not what the red flag laws are intended to do. That's not what they're made for. And they don't stop people. It is highly inefficient. In fact, all studies except one have said definitively, there's been 4 studies that I'm aware of, 4 on red flag laws since 1999 in Connecticut. And I've spoken to the state of Connecticut. I've talked to the state of Indiana, the first 2 states to have red flag laws. And they have no evidence, talking to the state government of Connecticut and Indiana, there is no evidence that red flag laws actually prevent mass shootings or save lives. None. Not one shred of evidence. The only study that I found that didn't definitively say that red flag laws don't work said that there's no evidence that they do work, but but that one study said we can't say it doesn't work, but we don't have any evidence that it did work. That's the one study out of 4. One said, well, we don't know. And every other study And all the evidence that I've seen over 2 decades will confirm doesn't work, will not protect you. Oh, well, we need this restriction or that restriction. Doesn't matter. Look at Chicago. Every restriction, every form of gun control you can think of that Democrats have come up with in the last 50 years, every single law exists in Chicago. And yet, Chicago has more murders, more homicides by firearm than most countries. If you took out Chicago, just Chicago, for homicides by firearm out of the statistics for the United States, we would drop a dozen places in the world rankings. A dozen, just by taking out one city, just removing Chicago. So you can't tell me that gun control works, because if it did, Chicago wouldn't exist. We wouldn't have the deaths in Detroit or in New Orleans, in LA, in New York, in Philadelphia. It wouldn't happen. So you can't tell me that. But let me play the rest of this just for you guys to see. Because people go, oh, Mike, but you don't know. So you see, this guy, do you see? The shooter was trying to get into cover as this guy, the good guy with the gun, is firing, putting him under pressure. And what do you see that what does the lunatic shooter do? He runs away. He stops firing. He's no longer even firing at the good guy with a gun. He's not firing at innocent civilians hiding. He's not trying to find targets of opportunity. He's running away. He's running away. The incident is over. People's lives have been saved. Shortly after this, the police showed up. About another minute and a half after this final scene, the police showed up on the scene, and then they found this guy was dead. And I think that's because of the good guy with the gun. But what stopped this? What stopped the massacre? The good guy with the gun. Not a law. Not Democrats. Not socialism. The good guy with the gun. An American exercising his Second Amendment rights. I've said it a couple of different ways here. I think it's important to be said. And the news media will not say this to you. They will not. I showed you. NPR is already trying to manipulate you. Oh, it's an AR. It's an AR-15. No, it's not. By the way, as someone I was in the military, I'm familiar with AR-15s. I have a lot of friends who own a lot of rifles, including Frank Johnson. I know a lot of people with a lot of firearms, a lot of rifles. That doesn't look like an AR-15 to me. Could be wrong, could be modified, could be different, but doesn't look like an AR-15 to me. Just looks like a lot of different rifles, not an AR-15. That's not what I'm seeing there. But again, it doesn't matter which rifle it is. It's the fact that what do you see happening on the screen? The guy he goes away. He runs away. Now, mind you, good guy's having a tough time because he was getting fired at too. He's ducking, covering as well. But what forced this to end? The good guy with a gun. And the news media will not give him the credit that he deserves, which I think is insane. I think it's sad. But let me go to some of the comments. Maybe there's someone who disagrees with me. Maybe you guys say, Mike, you just don't understand. We just need to ban the guns because that's going to work. It worked in Japan, didn't it? Oh, it didn't? Okay, well, there you go. It worked in Australia, except they just had a mass shooting too. So it didn't work. Oh, okay. But let me go back to the comments. And I'm happy. Anyone on the left who disagrees with me, not a problem. Tell me why. Tell me how what I have said isn't correct. Tell me how the good guy with a gun doesn't exist, even though the Obama administration found the actual data and proves that a good guy with a gun does exist. Okay, so let me go in. We got a comment from Phil. Phil says, let me make this a little easier for you guys. The In-N-Out Burger chain is known for having Bible verses on their packaging. I wouldn't be surprised if it was someone on the left, like the Family Research Center shooter with a Chick-fil-A bag. Yeah, I know In-N-Out, like Chick-fil-A, is the ownership is religious. And so they aren't afraid of letting people know they're more Christian or Christian aligned. Uh, again, I do not believe this is a right winger. If you get someone on the right wing to go and commit a mass shooting, there's usually a reason behind it. They're very specific in who they target. The further right you go, and once you get to like the neo-Nazi, they're very specific. Neo-Nazis aren't randomly just shooting everybody. They don't do that. So you're probably looking at someone on the left that did this. Unless this was very, very personal, and it might be, but it doesn't seem to be, based on the way the guy's just shooting at everyone and anyone. Who knows what triggered him? But it sounds like this is someone on the left. Possibly, you may be right, Phil. Might be because they don't like religion. And who generally doesn't like religion? The leftists. They tend to be more atheist than anyone else. Let me see. Phil says, when the cashier pulls out 2 Glocks and start going into double animal style. You're funny, Phil. I get it. Let's see. Phil makes a good point. A flintlock musket was a military-style weapon at the time. That's true. Every weapon that we have in history now, at one point was used as a military weapon. Your steak knife was a dagger. Your fork was actually a pitchfork that was used not only for hay, but also for military, and was a military weapon at one time. A baseball bat is a club, which has been used in militaries, eternally, since the beginning of time. So there's always everything is a military style weapon. Every military known to man has used every weapon, and even things that we use commonly today as weapons. So it's a silly argument to say, oh, well, it's military style. That's just silly. Bronner has a couple of comments. Technically, all guns are assault weapons. No. When you say assault weapon, and yes, I understand the idea. Well, every weapon can be used for an assault. A baseball bat is an assault club. That would be true. It is an assault club because you can assault somebody with it, but it's not. And yes, you can say, well, all firearms are assault weapons, except they're not. Because the difference is a machine gun is an assault weapon. It is meant to fire upon large groups of individuals and heavily armored machines. That's the purpose. That's why it's an assault weapon. It has an incredibly high cyclic rate, fires a lot of bullets out at once. It is meant to kill large swaths of people and armored or slightly armored vehicles. That's an assault weapon. I fired a M60. That's the one that Rambo runs around with in the first movie. At the end of Rambo, the first movie, First Blood. And he's shooting into the ceiling. That's an M60. I've actually fired that in real life. I fired a saw, which is a smaller version of a machine gun. I fired a couple of firearms. So there is a big difference. But I get your point. I mean, if you're going to use assault as a label, then everything from a baseball bat, in fact, everything from a rock all the way up, they're all assault weapons. So it's silly. And that's my point. Let me see. So we got a comment here. There are still anti-gun nuts out there claiming AR stands for assault rifle. No, it's Armalite. It's the Armalite rifle, which is the name of the company. AR stands for the company that actually made the rifle. That's why it's AR. And this was the 15th rifle of that company trying to get the military contract back in Vietnam, back in the early 70s, late 60s. So it's an Armalite rifle, AR, the 15th version. That's why it's called AR-15. And the people who say that AR stands for assault rifle are the same people that think a clip is the same thing as a magazine, and they're nothing alike. These are people who know nothing about firearms. It's like what was her name? Cheryl. Oh God, I forgot her name. Any of the members of the military of the Congress that are on the left, the Democrats, they have no clue. They know nothing about this. Ted Lieu would probably tell you that a magazine is the same thing as a clip because he's an idiot and knows nothing. And he thinks that an assault rifle actually exists. It doesn't. Let's see. Phil mentions an AR-10 shoots a 308, a 308 round. AR-15 shoots a 223. Yeah, the AR-15 is a much less powerful round, but it goes further and it tumbles. So it's a different round with a different purpose. But yeah, an AR-10. Gee, where'd that come from? An AR-10. It was the 10th model. Before they came up with the AR-15, they made an AR-10. User has been banned. Hey, user, I haven't seen you for a little while. User has been banned mentions. Yeah, putting ball bearings in a pipe with powder isn't rocket science. That's a gun. That's how easy it is. It isn't rocket science. It is basic engineering. You don't need a lot of knowledge for that. And that's, again, what killed Prime Minister Abe of Japan, a guy who had a bunch of ball bearings in a pipe with some gunpowder. That's all it took. He made it all himself. So you can't tell me a gun ban is going to save lives. It won't. Not if you have someone who's crazy or criminal enough, they're motivated, they will find a way. That's just the truth. User has been banned goes on to say, red flag laws are just another way for people to swat people they don't like. That's true. It is meant to be a punishment. How dare you exercise your Second Amendment right? And that's what the left, especially the DSA, the progressive movement, socialists, they want to disarm you. How dare you have a right and exercise that right? How dare you protect yourself and others? That's what the government is for. See, the DSA would have been more happy if 15 people died, but the only person who responded to the shooter was a police officer. And even then, they got a problem because, remember, people like Daraliza Chevalier for the New York 13th District, she's running for Congress. Daraliza Chevalier doesn't believe in prisons. She doesn't believe in the police. She wants to get rid of all the prisons. She wants to get rid of all the police. She wants you to live and just have to deal with crazed individuals like the one I showed you just a moment ago that was on video. That crazed lunatic, Daraliza Chevalier, a DSA, Democratic Socialist of America, running for the New York 13th District, thinks that you should just talk to him. As he's shooting you and your friends and your family, mowing people down, you should use words. And that'll stop him. He'll stop because you're telling him, I want to give you a hug. That's stupid. That's just stupid. But that is the Democratic Socialists of America. Mind you, Daraliza Chevalier, Zoran Mandami, the members of the DSA, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar, they all have private security. They all have police protecting them. They don't want you to have a police officer. They don't want criminals to be in a prison. They want them to live next door to you, and they don't want police to save you, but they have private security. Remember, Cory Bush spent $70,000 taxpayer dollars a year to have private security, but you can't have them. It's a double standard. But the mainstream media won't mention these things to you. I do. You can still tell me you don't like a firearm. No one said you have to have one. It's not mandatory. It's not a requirement. It's a right. You can choose to exercise that right, or you can choose not to. But it is entirely different when the government says you can't. You don't have that choice. Because when the government takes away the choice, people in Idaho die. Let me go on. Bronner says, I saw a meme this morning and I don't remember the exact numbers, but it showed if you remove DC, Chicago, Philadelphia, and a couple of other democratically controlled cities, the United States would be one of the lowest gun homicide countries on the planet. That is a fact. It is actually true. That I've seen the data. I've done the data. It is an absolute fact. If you took out pretty much the biggest one is Chicago, then you take out Detroit, New Orleans, New York, LA, Philadelphia, and if you remove all of that, the United States becomes one of the bottom 30 nations in the world on gun homicide violence. The bottom 30. That's 5 cities. You take out those 5 cities. By the way, every one of those cities is a Democratic stronghold. Every one of the cities I just mentioned are cities that have been controlled by Democrat elected officials for the last 50 years at a minimum. At a minimum, Democrats have controlled these cities for 50 years in a row. And they are the worst gun homicide zones in the entire world. One of, I should say. I should say one of the worst gun homicide zones in the world. There are a couple of other spots, war zones and such, that have higher gun homicides, but not much. Bronner goes on to say, from what I noticed over the years, a right-wing killer generally targets abortion clinics. Pretty much. I mean, to call it what it is, someone on the right, either they're so far right and they're part of the fringe that they are racist, and that would be the neo-Nazis, and they're going after people because of skin, of heritage. You know? So you're Jewish or you're black or you're Hispanic, you're anything but white. There's that. Or you have people who are not quite that far right, but still in the fringe, and they're more religious. They're more saving babies. And I've actually talked to several people like that who are really out there. And they thought I was a nut job for not wanting to blow up abortion clinics, which I disagreed with. I even had, years ago, I had an argument with a pastor. There was a pastor from the Midwest early in my career of doing this who actually argued with me online and was like, no, you can blow up an abortion clinic. He literally said that. I was like, you're out of your mind. You're a pastor. You know that's just against the Bible. It's absolutely something you cannot do. Thou shalt not kill. He said, well, you're protecting. Well, he had an argument for it. I didn't accept it. But yeah, so you have the religious nut jobs who go after abortion clinics. You have the fanatical nut jobs who will go after people because of race, which is very similar to the far left, who are going after people because of race, or that you have a religion, or you just don't agree with them. It's really sad. Let's see. A baseball bat has many uses. Guns are meant to assault and only assault. Well, no, guns aren't meant to assault and only assault. That's not true. You can use a firearm to hunt for food. Yes, you can use it to protect yourself. It's defensive. Or you can use it offensively to attack someone. So, no, firearms have many uses. Just like any other weapon, they can be used for food, they can be used in defense or in offense. It is up to the user to provide that weapon with an intent. To say guns only are meant to assault is not true. That's just not real. That's not an answer. That's incorrect. User has been banned says a butter knife becomes an assault weapon when someone has the intent to use it as an assault weapon. That's true. I love it. User also says, yeah, watch out for that clipazine. Yeah, you'd hear that from Ted Lieu or Nancy Pelosi, maybe Chuck Schumer. They'd say something like that. Yeah, we got to limit the clipazines. So, Bronner says, yeah, I was expanding on your point, Mike. Right-wing lunatics have a specific target. Left-leaning lunatics just want to kill anyone they can for whatever reason. Generally, yeah, you're right. That tends to happen. Bronner says, hunting is still assaulting. I don't agree with that. I understand that is the way that you look at it. That's fine. You're an American citizen. You have that right. You're an intelligent human being. You have the right to make that argument. And it is an argument. I'm not saying it's not an argument. It is. You can say that hunting is an assault. I find that a different category. It's a matter of survival. It is essential to survival to hunt for food. And that's why I classify it different. An assault doesn't require survival, especially survival for food. Now, that isn't a requirement. You can assault someone because of survival, but you're not going to eat them unless you're a cannibal. So there is a different classification there, at least for me. You may disagree, and there are people out there who disagree, and that's fine. That is your classification. My classification for assault is an act of violence offensively that does not involve survival by hunter gathering food. So if you're using offensive tactics that isn't involved in getting food, whether you're doing it for pleasure or insanity, that is offensive. That is an assault. Everything else has a different category. And that's where defense comes in. And that's where you have hunting. They are different categories to me. You may see it in a different light. That's fine. And Bronner says, well, I have hunted. I enjoyed it. It's food. I get it. Yeah, I'm not disputing that. I'm only saying there is only one purpose for a gun. I don't agree. It's meant to do nothing else but to assault the target. I disagree. But the point is, we say that's kind of like the difference between killing and murder. There is a difference between the two. The result might actually wind up being the same at the end of the day. And again, it's a difference of definitions. I understand the definition you're assigning, Bronner. I'm just clarifying I don't share that. But in either case, it is nothing like what the leftists say whatsoever. Nothing like what the leftists say. And Bronner goes, he gets it. He loves guns. He thinks everyone should have them. But, again, we can have the differences. It's a valid argument. And you know what? I have enough respect for my audience to hear that difference and to explain my point of view, because maybe that makes a difference to someone. Maybe someone out there goes, well, maybe if they thought of firearms only as being an assault weapon, well, then they would never own one. But in thinking of it and understanding that, no, it can be used defensively or for hunting, then that opens them up to the opportunity to learn more about firearms, to make that decision for themselves. Then, okay, maybe that's one more person who may turn into a good guy with a gun and be able to save lives one day. So that's the only difference there. Again, I'm not picking on you to be mean. I'm just trying to make sure I'm being clear in my definitions that I use on this channel and in my life, so people get it. And in part, to be fair, I'm not even saying it for you, Bronner. I'm saying it for the wider audience. I'm explaining myself to people who've never seen me before or people who've seen me on a regular basis, so that everyone has an understanding of exactly where I'm coming from. Because again, the left-leaning media never wants you to understand why things are the way they are, why people say or do what they're doing. They just want you to obey. They want you to comply. I don't want you to comply or obey. I want you to think. I want you to come up with a reason, the understanding for yourself, and make your own decision on how you feel about anything that I say, any conclusion I may come to. I'm not the final voice. I should never be the final answer. You should make up your own mind whether it agrees with me 100% or 70% or not at all. That's up to you. And I trust my audience is intelligent enough to make up their own mind on that. So that's why I said. All right. Let me move on. And so, and again, there was, did I go over the breaking news? No, I did not. Hang on one second, folks. There is the breaking news. So there was some news that came out just as we started the show, and I haven't read through this myself, so I'm going to read this with you. This is from CBS News. It came out just a little while ago as we started the show. So they're confirming that 3 people were killed and 5 others were wounded. We've seen some numbers difference there. Some are saying that there were 7 wounded. Some are saying 5 were wounded. Depends on which source you're going to at the moment. I don't believe there's been a final decision. The situation unfolded before 2:30 p.m. yesterday, local time. So that would have been 4:30 Eastern Standard Time yesterday. The social media video, which is the video I showed you, which was from the Lance, the guy I went over, showed people fleeing the shopping center as multiple gunshots are heard. I didn't play the audio. Person carrying what appeared to be a firearm could be seen on the outside of the restaurant, opening the doors to a parked sedan. Notice that CBS didn't fall into the same trap that PBS did. Now, NPR did. NPR said it's an AR-style rifle to try and get you to be in line with the anti-gun, the anti-Second Amendment movement so that you'll vote Democrat. They wanted you to be afraid. CBS isn't using that same language in this article, which is rare and surprising. Let's see. There were fatalities. I'm just looking if there's any new news here. The sheriff could not confirm if the shooter was included in the count of fatalities. Okay. No, there's 4 people. 1 was the shooter and 3 others that died. And a female employee was one of the individuals that were dead. Did not identify anyone. The gunman is dead. We do not know who. So it seems that I stand corrected on something I was mentioning. It seems that the gunman took his own life. I thought it was the good guy with a gun in Idaho that injured him and forced him, as we saw. The good guy with the gun did force him to engage, thus saving other lives. And the good guy with the pistol forced the shooter to run away. So that's good. But it seems, according to what we're seeing from the latest CBS News posting here, that the shooter took his own life. I thought it was the good guy wounding or injuring, causing a fatal wound on the shooter that ended his life. So it seems I was incorrect there. Again, that was my speculation, but I want to make sure. So this is the latest news. I'm updating you guys. We don't know who the identity of the individual was. That's sad. We should know this by now. It's been 24 hours. We should know the identity of this individual. We should. Unless the psycho was actively making sure that he didn't have any ID, had tried to scrub his identity beforehand to make it harder to find him, which would tend to make you believe that he was associated with some kind of group, some faction, and thus he's trying to hide his identity to protect that faction. Normally, that's what we see when we see mass shootings. If they are hiding their identity, they're usually somehow connected to another organization or group. Otherwise, they normally have identification on them, and they also have very often some kind of memorandum, some note or something that tells what they were thinking. So they usually want to leave more information. So that's why I'm surprised it's been 24 hours. We don't know this guy. I would not be surprised if the news, if the media and the sheriff know who this guy is and don't want to tell people, because this isn't a right-wing religious shooter, but is in fact either a left-wing shooter, an Islamic shooter, or somebody who's like socialist or perhaps even trans. And because of that, because of the politics that would be bad for Democrats, they don't want to reveal the information. They're waiting for the news story to die down, which would mean Monday afternoon, and then they'll announce it locally, not nationally. They'll release the news locally because it doesn't fit with the political agenda of the left. So the longer it goes, normally, not always, normally in these kinds of situations, the longer it takes for you to be informed about the shooter, the more likely that shooter is a leftist. Almost always, almost all the cases, I'd say about 75, 80% of the time, the longer they take, if it takes more than 24 hours to identify the individual, that means that individual is leftist, and the news media, often even the sheriff's department, are often holding back the information from the public so that it doesn't affect the next election for Democrats. Almost always the case. But I wanted to cover that for you guys. We're going to move on. So that was the breaking news on this. That should bring us up to date at this moment. Phil has a comment. And again, Phil with the $2 super chat. Guys, you can't leave Phil by himself here. He's already done 2 super chats. You guys can go to Rumble, do a $1 Rumble rant. Come on, keep up with Phil. Phil's leading you guys, leading by example. Phil says, most mass shootings end in self-deletion if confronted. Not always true. That's about 50-50. I don't remember the statistic off the top of my head at this moment, but it's more, no, it's not 50-50. It's about 75-25. It's not always the case. The example I'm saying is, I'm trying to remember the statistic. I don't know it right now. But they don't always kill themselves. They don't always self-delete. They will often, it's because they engage the officers and they're trying to do self-deletion by officer. You see that a lot, which is a form of self-deletion. But often, if they don't self-delete by officer, by engaging in a gunman and a gun battle, about 75 do self-delete on their own, and 25 usually get captured. They'll either surrender and or they were injured or something causes them to surrender. So it's not quite 100%. Let me see. Okay, Phil, final thoughts on the shooting for now. Even if the person shooting back didn't kill the guy, I think the fact that he was shooting back was useful in ending the shooting. I guarantee you that is the definition of a good guy with a gun. That is what saves lives. And police officers across this nation, law enforcement across the nation, train on that first 3-minute drill. They want to get to the location as soon as possible, within the first 3 minutes, if at all possible. They want officers to engage whenever possible within the first 3 minutes. The sooner that someone engages with a mass shooter, the sooner the shooting event ends, the more lives are saved. That is a fact. It is an absolute fact. It is something that is trained for law enforcement across the entire country, and it is because it is effective. That's just fact. All right. So let's talk about Donald Trump. Let's talk about Iran, because we're back in a conflict. And as I have been saying and laying out for 2-3 months now, I've been talking about the fact that we have two different groups that we are negotiating with. And I have a problem with the announcement that came out from Donald Trump, and this is being reported today, that Donald Trump was going to strike Iran again, very severely, to try and force them to end the conflict, to open up the Strait of Hormuz, to end the conflict with the United States, to basically to protect the Middle East and reduce the amount of terrorism in the world. And hopefully would have taken out the IRGC, the terrorist wing of the Iranian government. The biggest problem that America has had since the beginning of the conflict, since the moment in the first day when we killed the Ayatollah, when we wiped him out and most of the mullahs, from that moment going forward, the remaining members of the IRGC are hyper-fanatical terrorists. They believe that if they die, they go to heaven. They believe that if they kill mothers and children with suicide bombs, they go to heaven. They are willing to fight to the end. They don't believe in women's rights. They don't believe in LGBT rights. They want anyone who does not believe what they believe to die. And that's why they support Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. And they train those three groups and others to suicide bomb women and children around the world because they're terrorists. And the terrorists rose in power, the terrorist wing of the Iranian government, the ones who trained the terrorists, the IRGC, rose up in power. And now we have a civil war that is going on in Iran. I've said it. Hang on 1 second. Sorry about that. Sorry about that loud crash. I dropped my microphone. I apologize. Sorry for anyone's ears. So, as we've seen in the negotiations on the ceasefire, Donald Trump has come out multiple times and said that there are various agreements that have been made with the recognized Iranian government. That would be the Ayatollah and the mullahs. And we will often hear from the IRGC through organizations like Tasnim. Tasnim is one of the news agencies controlled by the IRGC that will say exactly opposite. They want to keep fighting the United States because if they die, they go to heaven. So these are fanatics. They don't care. And by the way, they don't like the Ayatollah, the third Ayatollah, who's now in charge, because he's gay. And the IRGC believe and teach others that if you're gay or LGBT, what they do is they take you and they throw you off of a building. So they would normally, with the Ayatollah, the third Ayatollah, they would normally take him because he's gay and throw him off a building. But they can't because he's the supreme leader. He's the supreme religious leader. And in Iran, that's a religious government. So they can't just throw him off a building. So they have a problem because their religion says throw him off a building, but he's the one in charge of the government. So they don't know how to react yet. They don't know what they're doing. So they're just continuing to fight because that they do understand. They understand if they fight America, the great devil, in their words, well, then they go to heaven. So they're more than willing to keep fighting while they try and figure out they're going to follow the Ayatollah or not. What's up with that because he's gay, apparently. That's what's internationally reported. So the question is, when we hear these announcements from Trump, from the president of the United States, we hear, well, the United States isn't going to continue to attack Iran because a deal is imminent. The only thing, and every time, I've been saying this for months now, the first thing you have to find out is which government said that. Was that the Ayatollah, the internationally recognized government of Iran, or is it the IRGC? Which one is making the statement? Because if it's the Ayatollah, it does not mean the IRGC agrees. And they will likely say something completely different to keep the fighting going and to try. And one of the goals is they're fighting a propaganda war. Iran cannot beat the United States militarily. Cannot. It's impossible. And they know that. And they can't beat America economically. They know that. They're going to lose. If they fight us economically, if they fight us militarily, they lose. But they can fight us in propaganda. They can do guerrilla warfare, which is kind of what they're doing. And they can do propaganda, which attacks our elections because they know, well, Democrats hate Donald Trump. If they can extend the war, make the war extra bloody, Donald Trump will look bad. Maybe Democrats will be motivated. They'll vote against Republicans. If the Democrats take the House and or the Senate, well, then Donald Trump is done. And they will force Donald Trump to end the war with Iran. Iran will get everything they've ever wanted, just like they did under Biden, except now they're going to call it war reparations. And the left, the DSA, they will be more than happy to give Iran everything. They will give them billions. I mean, that's what they did under Obama. That's what they did under Biden. They will get rid of all the sanctions and they will give all the money. And if it's the DSA, they will even help Iran attack Israel because the DSA overwhelmingly is anti-Semitic. So Iran is counting on, or the IRGC are counting on fighting a propaganda war, a political war, so that they can alter the outcome of the 2026 midterm elections. They want Democrats to win, just for people to know. That's the thinking here. So this question is, who made the deal with Donald Trump that Donald Trump is saying we may have a peace deal coming up? Well, the answer is right here. And this is from the BBC. And let me make it a little bit bigger for you guys so you can see this a little bit better. This is Iran's semi-official Mehr, I think that's how you pronounce it, Mehr news agency. Now, the important thing here is the Mehr, M-E-H-R, news agency is not controlled by the IRGC. That's Tasnim. Tasnim is the IRGC-owned news agency where they spread terrorism around. And often when we hear the mainstream news media quote something that's against Donald Trump, it's coming from Tasnim. It's coming from the IRGC. Mehr is controlled by the Ayatollah, the recognized government of Iran. So here's the thing that gets me. We're making deals and we're saying that the Ayatollah keeps saying, nope, we're going to make a deal. We're going to have a ceasefire. It's all going to be over. And the IRGC isn't on. They're not agreeing with any of this. They keep fighting. And they're not listening to the Ayatollah. So as much as I want to agree with Donald Trump that he made the right decision, that Iran is going to stop fighting, they're going to open up the Strait of Hormuz as they have promised to do. They're going to stop attacking ships. They're going to stop attacking the other Middle Eastern nations. I don't trust it because you only have half the government that is actually saying, let's stop this. Only half. The other half is still committed to committing war. And I think that's kind of important. And that's something that isn't really being spoken about. No one's really talking about that. And it makes sense when you understand that. Now you understand why the last 2 months we've been in conflict and there's so much confusion coming out. Donald Trump says something, then Iran says something, and then Iran says something completely different. Why do we keep getting all these messages? Why is Donald Trump going on and off the attack on a regular basis? Well, it makes more sense when you understand we're fighting two different groups. In the same country, we're fighting two different parts of the government. You have the IRGC and you have the Ayatollah. They're entirely different. They have different goals. And that's why we get this confusion. And the news media isn't bothering to tell you about it because they just want you to vote Democrat. They don't care. They do not care. And that's very important, I think. Now, I think this time, though, the Ayatollah has a lot more support because the Saudi government, Saudi Arabia, which does not like Iran. They've had wars with Iran in the past. Saudi Arabia does not like Iran. Matter of fact, most of the Middle East hates Iran because they have different religious beliefs. They don't believe in Islam in the same way. Sunni and Shia. And if I remember it right, and I always get this wrong, but if I remember it correctly, Pakistan and Iran are Sunni, and everyone else in the Middle East is Shia. So they don't like each other. They hate each other. And so they have a lot of wars and conflicts because of the difference of Sunni and Shia. Kind of think of it like Lutherans and Catholics. They don't agree. They're same religion, same base core religion. They don't agree with each other, except in the case of, unlike the Christians, where they all believe in Christ and the Bible, in the Middle East, under Islam, they're willing to kill each other over it. So there you go. So we got Saudi Arabia that doesn't like Iran working with us. People forget Saudi Arabia was working with Donald Trump as the 45th president on the Abraham Accords. If in 2020 Donald Trump had been, we didn't have the voting irregularities, Donald Trump would have been second term consecutive, and we would have seen Saudi Arabia join the Abraham Accords and recognize officially Israel, which would have created much more peace. Nothing that we would not be in this situation today if Donald Trump had been elected in 2020. The Middle East would be peaceful right now. Iran would never have risen as they did, which is a direct consequence of Joe Biden's international policy. The Biden-Harris policies led to Iran rising up, and that caused the problem we're having today. If it weren't for that, if we had Donald Trump, Saudi Arabia would have joined into a peace deal, an agreement, the Abraham Accords, with Israel. That would have put a lot of pressure on the rest of the Middle East to recognize Israel, which is the first step into actually getting peace between the Arab nations and Israel. And that would have made a lot less terrorism in the world. It would have made things a lot more stable. So Donald Trump's trying to get that now. And sweetening the deal, since we've gone through the Biden bump that really messed up the entire Middle East, massively messed up the Middle East. So Donald Trump sweetened the deal and said, and I know you're worried about Iran having a nuke. We'll give you nuclear power, which I believe is just a back-end deal of saying, yeah, you'll create nuclear power plants with the support of the United States, and we'll help you develop nuclear weapons so that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon on their own. They will be surrounded by other nations with nukes that they can instantly take out Iran if Iran ever got a nuke. I think that's the reasoning. And it is meant to terrify the Ayatollah into submission. And I think that's part of the reason why we see the Ayatollah, this latest news report coming out of Mayor, is saying, no, we're willing to do peace. Don't give Saudi Arabia nuclear power plants because then they'll get nuclear weapons. And Iran hates Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, they all hate Iran. And if they get nuclear weapons, Iran's going to be toast. And Iran knows it. So they'd rather have peace and not have that deal go through and let the other nations get nuclear weapons. That's just the way I see it. You may disagree. So that's what I see what's going on there. You may disagree. So let me stop again for a moment. Let me take some comments here. We have Hal. Hal has joined us. Hello, Hal. Thank you for being with me. He says, you believe Trump is only looking bad in this war because of propaganda. Yes. Yes, I do, Hal. I know how you don't like Donald Trump. I don't have that problem. I don't have Trump derangement syndrome. A lot of people in America, especially on the left, especially in the news or entertainment circles, they despise Donald Trump. I don't know why. It doesn't make sense. The level of dislike they have for Donald Trump is disproportionate to what Donald Trump has done. It doesn't make sense. It's because they have been emotionally manipulated into a fever pitch. This is basically a feeding frenzy for the left. And that's because Democrats and progressives need that feeding frenzy to gain and maintain power. So they've been demonizing Donald Trump for 12 years, 13, 14 years now. And they've been demonizing him every day. We have an entire generation that have grown up only hearing news every day saying Donald Trump is the devil, essentially. And so it is that mindset that is causing more and more problems. Remember, as an example, Obama. I think Obama was an absolutely miserable president. He's one of the worst presidents we've ever seen. Biden was far, far worse, but Obama was a terrible president. And he was horrible for our veterans. Remember, we had the scandal about the veteran health care. We had the scandal with the IRS, Lois Lerner. We had DACA for illegal aliens after telling America 20 times in a row that he couldn't pass the DACA law. He passed DACA through an executive order that we somehow can't remove. I don't understand it. We have Obama was bombing American citizens. He made it a precedent. It is now a legal precedent that the United States president can blow up American citizens on foreign soil without ever being convicted of a crime. We can do that now because Obama did it. And he wrote up, Obama, the Obama administration, wrote up a memo authorizing and justifying blowing up American citizens in a foreign country without any conviction whatsoever. So Obama was a terrible president. But even at the worst of the Obama 2 terms, he was never demonized as much as we see with Donald Trump. It's Trump derangement syndrome. Now, do I believe that Donald Trump is a perfect president? He is not. Do I think that Donald Trump has made no mistakes whatsoever? That's not true. He has. He has made some mistakes. I do disagree with him on some of his policies. That's true. But overwhelmingly, looking at the first term and many of the policies of the second term, Donald Trump has been doing a great job. Unemployment is at like 4.2, 4.3%. That's low. Oh, people go, but it's not 3. Yeah, well, we got to 3.5 under Donald Trump, something that Obama said was impossible to do. Obama said you couldn't get unemployment that low. Trump did. And now it's 4.3%, which is not high. That is actually historically low, about average, in fact. So he's done pretty good there. Inflation's about 3.5%. Under Biden, the average was 17.5% inflation. We had at least 12.5% inflation in food under the Biden administration. We have it currently 1%. Food inflation is 1%. The prices are high. Yes, that's from the Biden administration. They never went down. The prices didn't go down. They stayed where they were and slightly ticked up. And what's the main reason why things are more expensive right now? Because of oil. That's because of Iran shutting down the Strait of Hormuz. That drove up the price of oil around the world. Okay, that's an artificial stimulus. This conflict ends as it did, and just like I promised everyone, the moment that we had a ceasefire deal, the price went from about $105 down to $70. 105 to 70 in a day. In a day. That also dropped the price of gasoline. That dropped the price of food around the country. Not a lot, not instantly, but it started knocking down the prices. So, yeah, I think Trump's doing pretty good when you understand the long-term impact and you understand the steps of what the situation is, and also have a realistic viewpoint of where were we? Where were we at previously? And I think, yeah, he did a good job. You can disagree, but I don't have a problem with Trump. Bronner says, I don't have TDS and admit I have never liked Trump. That's fine. Let me also add in something here, and it's something that a lot of people seem to misunderstand. It doesn't matter if you like the president. It has never mattered whether or not you like the president. That is not a requirement of being a president. Being likable is unimportant. We have had many, many arrogant, belligerent presidents in the history of America. That's a fact. In fact, most presidents were belligerent assholes. That's just fact. Why? Because of the president. It is a really stressful, really difficult job. I mean, you have to have a thick skin to be in politics because you're always wrong. There's always some group that disagrees with you. But to be the leader of the most powerful nation in the world, the nation that everyone in the world looks to for an answer or input on every decision made internationally, that is grating. It is, I mean, look at how presidents age in just 4 years. Every president, 4 years, they look nothing. Look at Obama. He's young. Obama was young when he got elected. He's young now as politics goes. And he aged massively. The man aged like 10, 15 years in the space of 4. So there is a lot there. But people misunderstand, and the media has sold us on this idea that you have to like the president for the president to be doing a good job. That is unimportant. That is not part of the job prerequisite. You can hate the president. You can think they're a terrible person individually because that has nothing to do with their job. Are they effective at making sure America is safe? Are they effective at getting policy, enforcing the laws? Are they effective is entirely separate of, do you like them? I don't care if you like them. I do not care if you like or dislike any president whatsoever. And you very rarely hear me say, oh, I like a president or dislike a president. I like their policies or I dislike their policies, because who cares if I like them or not? That's unimportant. And that's a big part of TDS. They confuse liking someone with them being effective. They have nothing to do with each other. But let me go on. So he says, I believe, Bronner says that he believes Donald Trump has always been a globalist part of the swamp. I would disagree with that. He is a capitalist, but he's not a globalist. And Bronner goes on to say that he does blame Donald Trump solely for the war in Iran. No, that would be a misreading. We've been in conflict with Iran since 1980, actually 1979. So we've been in conflict with them for 47, almost 48 years. And that is something that was mutual. In particular, and it's more than mutual, Iran actively have been trying to kill Americans and America for 47 years. That was the promise of the first and second Ayatollah every day. We are the great Satan. They were as aggressive, if not more aggressors, against the United States and the conflict and tensions between our nations as the United States might have been. So no, it's not Donald Trump's entirely. No, Iran is culpable as well. And I would say, others may not, but I would say that they're not just culpable, they're causational. They caused this problem. It's going to hurt the Republicans in the midterms. I do not agree with you. I know my friend Larry Sharp says that. I know a lot of libertarians that say that. Of course, the Democrats say that. I think you're wrong. I think the mainstream in America will vote Republican. Mostly because the Democrats have nothing to offer. Nothing. They have what they're offering, Daraliza Chevalier. They're offering more Zoran Mandami. They're offering more socialism. The very same people who say they want to get rid of police, they want to get rid of prisons, they want to destroy the Constitution and the amendments. And they're going to instill more government as a solution. They get rid of all of your rights given by God, and they will give you permission given by government, which is not going to work well. But maybe that's my way of looking at it, but that's what I see there. All right, let me see here. I want to clip that part. All right, 420. Someone remind me, 421. 421. Okay, hour 50 into the show. Okay, I just want to clip that one spot there. I thought it was a good line. Anyway, Verona says, yeah, I never got into the whole popularity contest. Carter is still regarded as a good man, but a terrible president. He was a very giving and generous man. I think if you had met Jimmy Carter during his lifetime, you would have probably liked him. He was very, very religious, very kind man, but he was an absolutely miserable president. Biden was worse, but Jimmy Carter was real close. He was a terrible president, but nice man. Let's see. User is banned says, not sure I agree. Most people who vote for who they like. You can vote. Yes, people do vote for who they like, and they're usually wrong. That is the worst way to decide who to vote for. That is the same. That's the same thing as I had an ex-girlfriend who happened to be a lawyer, one of the most powerful lawyers in New York City. She was my girlfriend, and she didn't care about sports at all. Care less. But I was at the time, this is going back some years ago, back in the late 90s. Wow, time has flied. Late 90s, early 2000s. And she hated sports. I love sports. I loved football at the time. I was a big Giants fan at the time. And so every Sunday, I would watch the football games. And she, because she was my girlfriend and she thought that's what she should do, she would watch football with me. Didn't understand it, didn't care, but she would pick a team. And she picked a team by their colors, which annoyed me to no end. I can't tell you how much that annoyed me. That she would just go, yeah, the ones in purple, I like purple. They're going to win. And God help me when she often would do this. And the team she picked would win because the color. I just don't get it. I don't know how she could do that. It was just God testing my patience. Really. It really was. But she would just pick them and like, well, those guys are in the blue or those guys are in the green and the guys in purple. And so that's the team she would like and she would root for them regardless of whatever I had to say, which annoyed me to all hell. And probably why she did it, because she loved to be in arguments with me. The woman loved to argue. Loved to argue. God, not the best relationship that one was. Very, very dysfunctional. Anyway, so that's the same thing people do when they pick presidents because they like them. It is the worst criteria you can pick for electing anyone is whether or not you like them. I don't care. That is almost always irrelevant to whether they're actually good or not. In fact, some of the worst assholes in government are some of the best people in government. They're the most effective, efficient people. They're completely unpleasant individuals, but they're incredibly effective at their job. If you're voting on people because of whether you like them or not, you have done a disservice to your vote in general. That's the way I feel about it. All right. Hal has a question, and Hal says, what does Obama have to do with my question? Is it Obama derangement syndrome? No, I was making a point, and I was using historical basis for that. That's why I went through some of the history on Obama and the way people were reacting to Obama and the way the media reacted to Obama and the degree of negativity, even from the right against Obama, and using that as a baseline to try and compare the negativity towards Trump. I thought I made that clear. Seemed clear to me, but I could be wrong. Let me see here. Let me see here. I know I have the radio going in the background. Phil, if we were at war with Iran in the 80s, we weren't at war with them. Why did we sell them weapons? We didn't sell them weapons. We sold them weapons in the 70s, in the 60s, not in the 80s. Once the Ayatollah took over, which was in 79, we ended all the contracts. We didn't supply them with firearms. We didn't support them. So if you're talking about the 70s and 60s, yes, that was the Shah. We did support him. We didn't support Ayatollah. So no, that didn't happen. Hal says, I asked about the Iran war and you went somewhere on some nonsensical rant. You may have felt it was nonsensical. I did not. And I think if you were paying attention to what I was saying and the context that I was creating, it made sense to you. Maybe not. Okay. But I was making a point. You may have missed the point. That's okay. Or I was bad at explaining my point, one or the other. Let's see here. User has been banned, says, I don't believe that even second generation immigrants, legal immigrants, should have any government position, including cashier at the post office. I don't know about that. Not the first generation. Second generation, I could see them. Yeah, they're American citizens. They're not immigrants. The immigrant is the first generation. They're the ones who came here, and they presumably were coming here to become Americans, to become naturalized, to become part of America. I can understand. Yeah, we restrict them because, well, they have to earn it. And their kids are American as anyone else. The kids are American citizens, just like any other kid in America is an American citizen. And so, yeah, the kids can absolutely. Now, and I can't justify in my mind a reason not to allow the second generation or beyond of legal immigrants and American citizens in America to run for elected office of any type or be part of the government in any way. I don't see a problem with that. I don't. Let me see here. Phil goes, go Ravens. Yeah, that was one team she loved. Just crazy. Relationship PTSD. Yes, it was. It's not that she was a bad woman. Let me not make it seem like she's not an evil person. She isn't. We just oil and water. We didn't mix well. Love her. She, minus the certain characteristics that drove me absolutely insane, she was a nice woman. I mean, that's why I dated her. That's why we were going out for 5 years. But it was very traumatic 5 years. So I can't blame her for everything. It was, I'm sure both of us, we were oil and water. We did not see things evenly. She was an Obama, just as a tidbit. Yeah, that relationship, she was an Obama supporter and an Obama volunteer. I can't stand Obama. I never did. I was actively trying to get Obama to lose while she was volunteering for Obama to get him to win. So you can see how that relationship ended. It did not go well. So user has been banned has said the problem with second generation immigrants, the kids of naturalized citizens, is they have not assimilated into the culture. That's not always true. He wants to say that it takes 3 or 4 generations for that to happen. No, not always. No, especially not in America, because we are very diversified. We are such a great mix of things, or at least we used to be. That isn't always true, especially when we had a lot of people who were immigrating into America to become Americans, that they were motivated to be here to be Americans, not to be in America, not to use the resources of America, but to be Americans. And that difference is very big, very, very big. All right. What you guys may not have noticed is we've been going about 2 hours, and I have a request to walk my dog, which is cool. Which means I need, let's see. You know what? I'm going to we're going to take a break because I'm going to walk my dog. For those who are new to the channel, and again, thank you for being here. Hope you've been enjoying it so far. We've been talking about quite a few things, but when right about the 2-hour mark, as we are now, I take about a 45-minute break because I need to walk my dog, who's 15 years old, and I love him dearly. And so he wakes up, he bothers my family, he comes over, he wants me to walk him. So I'm going to walk him. That gives you a chance to have a cigarette, get something to eat, kiss your significant other, watch a football game, whatever it is. I'm going to play a video for you guys for a little bit, and then we'll be back in 45 minutes. And we will pick up because I still haven't even gotten close to. I haven't talked about Mandami yet and what's going on with him, what's going on with Kathy Hochul. Haven't even addressed that yet. Oh God, we're just getting into the domestic issues. We're just getting to start talking about President Trump and what's going to be happening with America and the future. So there's a lot more to come on the program that we haven't even got to yet. Oh God, you guys don't know. But what I'm going to play right now is actually an interview I had. This is not an interview. This is an event I had talking about the Trump. Since we're talking about Donald Trump, this is going to be about the Trump presidency. I had a special that was on community TV. I do special programs on community TV, about 1 per month, sometimes 2 or 3 per month. And this one was on Donald Trump. This is from 2 months ago, which also includes Jose Vega, a far leftist. He's a communist, Jose Vega. And also, I believe, had Gonzalo Duran on with me. So I'm going to play that for you guys, and then I will be back, and then we will continue with the program. So I'll talk to you in just a little bit. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. We have our special continuing. This is the 3rd episode of our special on Donald Trump, his policies, and his impact globally and, of course, here domestically in the United States. We're going to have a great conversation. I have 2 wonderful guests here with me today. I do have Mr. Jose Vega, and I have Gonzalo Duran, who will be joining me today to talk about, well, the Iran war and the impact of that globally, as well as many other issues that we'll be affecting us, not just in 2026, but throughout perhaps the next several decades. Now, we're going to jump right in before we allow the candidate or my guests to tell us more about themselves. I think it will be more interesting just to jump right into it. And we're going to start with our very first question, which I think is timely. We are in day 2 of a ceasefire with Iran in the current conflict. And the question that I think is on the mind of most Americans is, what will be the impact of this U.S.-Iran conflict? Not just tomorrow, but in the next 5 years. And so, to my guests, I will ask, what do you believe is going to be the impact of this conflict in the next 5 years? I'll start with Jose first.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me. It's good to be here. First of all, I think that question is largely dependent on what the population is going to do. You know, I think it can be defined right now depending on if we are going to go back to war or not. And if the United States is going to take an international approach to say, you know what, we screwed up, we should not have striked, you know, or Trump, I guess, could have his out and say, well, we got rid of their nuclear material again for the second time. And hopefully the outcome that I would like to see for the next 5 years after this is good relations with Iran and China and Russia, where we can say we don't need to attack each other anymore. We can work things on the basis of diplomacy, and we can start reconstruction efforts of Tehran and other places that we've bombed and destroyed, so that the generations, the young people of these countries that we've destroyed, not just Iran, but Iran right now, will not grow a hatred for the quote-unquote Western countries that did this to them. You know?
Okay. Before I go further, let me ask for a clarification. You said good relations. Just to be clear, what do you envision as good relations? What does that entail?
The United States joining the BRICS, frankly. You know, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, plus now there's like 23 other countries that have decided to join the BRICS nations. And I think, you know, the United States joining that and working hand in hand with Iran for joint mutual development cooperation. In other words, you know, the entire region where Iran is and the United States need construction and reconstruction. You know, everybody can use modern technology and modern infrastructure. And if you were to use the engineers that you have now to train younger generations to become engineers, to build these things, I think that's a way in which you can have, first of all, atonement for what we've done.
Atonement? Atonement?
Yes.
Atonement.
Yeah.
Okay. Before we go further, because that brings up a lot of questions right there. But before we go further, let me allow Gonzalo to step in. Where do you see the 5-year point?
Well, obviously, I would love to see a world where we could all be, you know, a utopia and be friendly with each other. But, you know, realistically speaking, we're not in a situation like that. And, you know, President Trump, I could see him making the plans in advance while he's still president for global security, for our infrastructure. You know, this situation that's going on, you know, obviously oil prices will rise and it will stay like that for many years to come. So we have to see what we're going to do in country to adapt to those things. And you know, global, you know, is war coming eventually? I mean, we always have to be in the predicament that is a possibility. And I think, you know, we're setting up so that we can be in a better position, and hopefully, you know, after the 2020 elections, we'll see what happens after that.
So, interesting point. You mentioned you expect that over the next 5 years, and by that point, oil prices will continue to be higher than they have been in the past. Do you have a specific number, either in gasoline or oil? What do you mean by higher prices? So,
you know, a lot of Americans and individuals don't know that, you know, the U.S. is a large producer of oil, and we ship it out to other countries, and we get a percentage coming back as well. And in one instance, you know, it's cheaper to just get it from somewhere else than it is to ship it from across the country. That's one issue. Another one is, you know, we don't control the oil prices. It's outside. It's a conglomerate of other organizations and entities that make up the market value. So, you know, if we're at war with those people, obviously they're going to push up the prices, and that's it's a commodity that we have, but the world needs as well. And eventually there's going to be less and less of it. So there's always going to be a demand, and the higher the demand goes, the more infrastructure and finance is going to be.
So, if I'm understanding correctly, you believe we're going to be in the Iran conflict for 5 years?
If that, or is this going to escalate? President Trump making that stance, telling them they can't have nuclear weapons and attacking them, showed that we have a president that's willing to stand up for our interest and set this tone globally as well.
Unless it's Israel.
What's that?
Unless it's Israel.
Which is an ally, yes.
Because they have undeclared nuclear weapons, which is illegal under international law.
One moment. Before we get to that, and we will.
We're going to need more than an hour.
We need days, but my opinion on this, just to give a different contrast here, is I believe that this conflict will end probably by August, that we'll have a reasonable outcome. I do not expect oil prices to remain at the predicted levels of $150, $175. Realistically, and we're already starting to see that here with the ceasefire, prices have come down. We would see them somewhere in the $90 to $70 range, which is where they normally trade at. I think that's more realistic, and I think we're going to see, especially if the regime of Iran is toppled or diminished, that there will be more global stability in the world. There will be less global terror being brought about by Iran. That's what I expect over the next 5 years, and that is a benefit not just to the United States, that's a benefit to the entire world. That being said, now...
Is that your idea of a reasonable outcome? Because you said you expect a reasonable outcome, and then what you outlined after, is that your idea of a reasonable outcome?
That's absolutely reasonable. Less terrorism in the world is more stable for the world, and it is a benefit to every country on the planet. That's why, if we look at the responses for every country in the world, while they're making some talk about, Donald Trump, the United States, they're cowboys, look at the cowboys do what they're doing, they're also very happy about what we're doing. We're not having sanctions put against the president or the United States. We're not seeing countries deny trading with us. They have wanted this for decades, and we haven't had a president that has been strong enough or willing enough to actually do what needs to be done to reduce global terror.
Well, but if you really believe that a country is the largest sponsor of state terror, and then you go in and you attack it, and let's assume they're propagandizing their own people. The United States is the largest sponsor of terrorism.
That I absolutely disagree with.
Well, but then you go and then you bomb them. Aren't you creating a new generation of people who are going to hate your country?
No, actually, we're not. And I'm glad you bring that up because, and I think, Gonzalo, you may agree with me or you may disagree, but what we have targeted are not civilians, unlike Iran, which has used cluster bombs and cluster munitions, which are seen as being illegal across the world. They have enacted targets against civilians, and not just Iran, Israel, but all of its neighbors, and technically have the capability to reach London with their long-range ballistic missiles, we now know, based on their attack against Garcia Diego. We're looking at, the world has been happy this has happened because of the terror that has affected every nation in the world. And you may disagree with the United States in some of our actions, but to say that the United States is a terrorist nation like Iran is, I cannot understand how you could come to that conclusion. I can understand that people may not like it, and that's a feeling, but factually, empirically, that's not correct. Now,
well, I agree with that. I am a patriot, first of all, but anyway.
I'm not presuming that you're not, Jose.
Sure.
Let me be clear. I'm not presuming that. That line of logic leads to a very difficult place for a lot of Americans to accept.
Sure.
Now, perhaps, and Gonzalo, you've heard my thought about that. What are your thoughts?
As a former United States Marine and Iraq veteran, global security is very important to me. And, we talked about us and what we just did with the Iran. It's, I look at it as global security. We're on the tipping toe of Russia, China, and these other nations coming together and, having an advantage not only with the commodities across the country, but also global security. We talk about overseeing and taking land, but there's other ways to do it now. Corporations within China, China's corporations to other countries, not only the U.S., but places like Jamaica and other places taking up land and minerals that we need, is just one example of how you can do it without just a war. And the infrastructure of us attacking Iran recently, it decimates some form of infrastructure that they have. So the continued years of seeing those effects are going to be hit America, in my point of view. So I think the oil is about maybe $100 a barrel right now.
No, it's closer to
90.
where markets are closed at the moment, but the last close was about $95. It's trading at roughly between $92 to $98 based on speculation.
For me, when I see that, and I like to look at America's interests first before I look at the rest. And when I see something like that, I see, let's say, the electric car companies coming out more so, and then people that can afford those type of vehicles being the next wave of what's going to affect U.S. economy. So besides global security, what our economy, the resources that we need across the country, and then the effects that it has on the U.S. and the infrastructure that we have as well.
So if I'm understanding correctly, you think that the move towards renewable energy and to more electric style vehicles will reduce the global consumption of oil, reduce some of the economic pressures on the United States. Is that
yes?
correct?
But that's an effect of what's going to happen. That's what's happening and will happen since we are,
as a consequence of this conflict. Okay, I'm not sure that I agree with that, mostly because I don't think electric vehicles are. Well, the entire push towards renewable energy hasn't been effective or efficient.
And hypocritical.
What's that?
And hypocritical. Because they got to mine the lithium. I mean, if it's done for environmental reasons, then they go to Venezuela. That's a whole other thing. And then they mine the lithium, and it's causing as much pollution as they're claiming it's going to,
Well, not just the mining of it, which is normally happening in poor black African nations.
Right.
But also, so you have the mining, you have to transport that to be refined and then transferred through sea containers, there is no way to stop the pollution from that. And that's why electric vehicles are net not energy efficient. They can never recapture the greenhouse gases used. But not that I think man-made global warming is real, the whole climate. That's another conversation.
But it's a speaking point to the Democratic Party.
Yeah. It is a speaking point for certain political parties. But we're not trying to deal with the parties. We're dealing with how Americans, like yourselves, are looking at this and how you guys feel about it. Now, you mentioned something, Jose, that I think is kind of interesting. Actually, let me make it a little bit more broad. Can you both agree with me that if we see the regime of Iran toppled, that would bring more global stability to the world? Let's start with that.
No.
You're saying you disagree, and why is that?
This has always been a British provocation. You look back at the history of Iran when Mossadegh was here at the United States and he visited the Liberty Bell. And President Mossadegh, when it was a democratic state, said, if we yearn for liberty is because we share that same love of freedom as you Americans do. And he was there asking for help from America to have their own sovereignty and to own and nationalize their oil, which the British wanted. And what happened? The British then, said no, and then they overthrew the Iranian president, the democratically elected Iranian president, and for the last 70 years, it's just been a mishmash and thrown into a theocracy, and
okay. Let's understand, it's not been a mishmash for 47 years, because the Ayatollah has been in charge, and he has a theocratic, fanatical government that kills its own people. This year, 2026...
Like Netanyahu.
No, that was not Netanyahu. As reported by every internationally credible news agency, we know that somewhere between 5,000 and 40,000 Iranians were killed by the Ayatollah's government, and they were killing their own people because they complained that inflation had skyrocketed in Iran because of its poor economic policies. So you're looking to blame others for actions that happened in Iran, by Iran, against Iranians. So the British, who have not been involved in this conflict, and that's questionable whether they should or should not, they're not at fault for what the Ayatollah has done.
That's
Am
not
I
true.
incorrect about that, Gonzalo?
No, I agree with you. The only problem, the only disagreement that I would have is that the timeline. I hope that America can bring resolve by taking this action that is done, and the oil prices go down and we stop the fighting. But I think it's going to push it, and the timeline for our resolve is going to be, could be years from now. I mean, we can start a war easily by doing what we're doing. It's not something that I want as a veteran, as an American, as a father. That's not something that I want for the world to see. But taking the direct action right now, for me, I can see why the president did it. I can see why taking the forefront of terrorism now is a step in a direction that we need for the future.
Okay. I don't think that we're going to have troops on ground, and this is controversial. This is controversial. If we do have groups on the ground, then I believe we should take Iran, and that's been our single biggest problem with places like Afghanistan and Iraq. We haven't actually followed through. Our troops won the war, and we failed politically to do what was necessary: take over, make them a commonwealth, introduce the benefits of the United States, and in 2 generations allow them to become independent, a state, or a commonwealth like Puerto Rico. But that's a little bit too far. Let's take a step back before we get to that. There's something that you mentioned, Jose, that I find very, because you're looking at this conflict and its resolution as a benefit to the BRICS, the BRICS. And you mentioned the nations involved, although it's not 23 nations, many nations are considering joining it, which would be the bulk of that group. But the growth of the BRICS is dependent on the support of the Chinese yuan, their currency, which would devalue the United States dollar. It would, as a consequence, put the United States into depression that's unthinkable, and also affect other first world nations. Do you think that that's the best outcome in this situation?
The only reason the United States, first of all, is already in a Great Depression, regardless of what people may say, GDP numbers, so on and so forth. I mean, we've already seen changes to the yuan. It went from the petrodollar now to the petro yuan. What country was it? I think it was Saudi Arabia is now starting to trade its oil in yuan. But the reason why the United States would be hit the hardest is because we've deindustrialized in the last 50 years. There was a concerted effort to remove productive labor from the United States. We've shut down so many factories and plants. We have lost the capabilities for productive powers to exist now. We are losing skilled labor at a rate that is very alarming, that at this point, if we want to rebuild that labor, we will have to import that labor to teach young Americans today. It's just the facts.
Well, let's clarify, and let me make sure I understand. When we're speaking about skilled labor, we're talking about carpenters, electricians, we're talking about welders, we're talking about the trades specifically. And you're correct, America has been in dearth of that for a decade now, and that is something that is needed extremely. Although we saw that there was a massive push by Democrats, especially the Obama administration, to try and bring everyone to create a service economy in the United States rather than a manufacturing economy. And that has been overall, I believe we can say, a major failure. So I agree with you. We need to reinvigorate manufacturing, which I think the Trump tariffs were capable of doing, because that sparks self-reliance in the United States by not just importing everything, but creating it here in the United States. Looking at that, though, Gonzalo, do you think that the BRICS, the growth of the BRICS, the growth and influence of China, both economically as well as politically, that would be beneficial to the United States long term?
No, but there's a lot of things I agree with Jose outside of these topics, but this is one of the things that I do believe to keep it more local. And this is a small example, but there's a company that's shutting down production of its musical productions, and the two best tuba makers in the world are losing their jobs, and it's being shipped over to China.
Are they here in the Bronx?
No, they're not in the Bronx, unfortunately. But just to give an example, even though all the musical production is going to be given out in the U.S., for high school bands and stuff like that across the country, they're still being made in China, even no longer being produced here. So that's just one small, tiny example so that the local individuals can understand the impact that something like that makes. Once again, I'm not 100% in agreement with everything Trump has done, especially the way he's rolled things out. But I believe in long term that the policies and that he's had tried to make, and that's pushed back by a lot of the Democrats, would benefit in the long term. And I think if he can get a lot of the things that he's getting resolved, one of the things is these issues that we're dealing with right now.
Okay,
I don't see that happening.
Well, is it a question of communication about this conflict, or is it about the conflict itself? Is there an aspect of it? Because you represent a different, you're speaking from a very different point of view. I think it's fair to say a more progressive point of view about the politics of the United States and our future. Is this for, and if I'm not being fair in my characterization, please let me know, but is it fair to say that you would rather see the United States take several steps back rather than actually achieve the goal in front of us?
I don't know what that means. What is the goal in front of us?
Well, the goal in front of us is to remove the Ayatollah, that regime, to reduce the amount of global terror, which would alleviate a lot of spending, a lot of problems for not just the United States, but the entire world. And that also means that BRICS, as a result of that, would have less significance.
Well, two things. One, BRICS represents an alternative to how the world could actually cooperate. Mm-hmm. I think the fact that you have a block of countries that are saying, let's figure out an alternative to this. And this comes back from the Bandung Conference of 1953, where Malcolm X was there present, but many nations were present. This was called the non-aligned movement. They said, we want nothing to do with nuclear weapons. We don't want to be bullied around by Western countries that do. I agree with that in spirit. Now, the second thing is that there is a theocratic nation already with nuclear weapons, and that is called the regime of Israel, because they have it in their doctrine called the Samson option, where they will use nuclear weapons if they ever feel an existential threat to their nation. And it's undeclared.
Well, that's nothing new. The United States would use nuclear weapons, as would any nuclear power, if they felt an existential threat to their nation. That's not new. Israel, by the way, is not a regime, it's a country. But that's not something that's really questioned. Any country would go to extreme, and that's kind of what we're looking at right now with Iran. Yes, it is the extreme of the Ayatollah and his theocratic fanatical regime to try and hold on to power. The question is, can we give an opportunity for the people, and this has been the main goal of the Trump administration, though maybe poorly communicated, that they want to have the people rise up as they were in January before they started getting killed, to try and seek a change in that government, which would benefit the people of Iran, the Middle East, and therefore the rest of the globe as a consequence.
Well, the president just admitted that the CIA gave weapons to protesters in Iran in January. The president admitted that they manufactured a lot of this protests.
I don't recall the president of the United States, Donald Trump, ever saying that.
No, he said that. It's a statement. I think he said this like a week or two ago. It was mainstream media. It was on CNN. I'll find it for you. Yeah, he said I shouldn't have said that, But he said the CIA gave weapons to the protesters in Iran in January.
I can only say that I am unaware, and I follow almost all the internationally credible news agencies, and I do that on a daily basis. I have never heard that statement.
Sure, we can find it after.
Well, whether that statement is true or not, I don't know. But what I do know is that we do leave our weapons behind in places we go, and then they get used against us. That's something that I've been against my whole time.
Some presidents.
I'm not talking about presidents.
We're talking about
the policies for.
Well, I'm talking about specifically. We saw that with Biden in Afghanistan. He left behind tens of millions of our light armor, our ammunition, our firearms, which have been used by the Taliban, which currently is fighting with Pakistan, which is the mouthpiece, I believe, in my opinion, for China in these negotiations. But let's try and wrap up this segment of the question. I know there are many things we have not addressed yet, and it is a deep question. Many people will go further. At this moment, do you believe the ceasefire, 2 weeks, will that hold? Yes or no?
Well, you can't answer that and just say yes or no, because it's dependent on Israel.
We have less than 5 minutes before we go to break.
Okay. It's dependent. No. It's dependent on whether or not Israel will intervene, which they tried to, sabotage it by doing what they're doing in Lebanon.
Israel is not part of the U.S.-Iran ceasefire.
Yeah, we know. That's why they kept attacking Iran. Well, also, anyway,
separate country, separate issues.
But also, it's a matter of if the population, if the people of the United States are going to demand that we don't go back into it. Because right now, we probably will, especially if the administration is left to its own devices, given how erratic the president and its cabinet has been acting.
Right. So that would be a no. You do not believe the ceasefire will hold for various reasons, but you do not believe that. Okay, fine. So, Gonzalo, because we don't have a lot of time, I want you to
I'll keep it simple. I say no, and it's evident because we have ships in that area. We just bombed them, and everything's like at a moment where it could tip over for almost anything. Who's going to back who? Who's going to back who? Do we have what it takes to take the step forward? Will President Trump be scared by the midterm elections? These are all factors that we have to think about.
Well, before we go to the break, and I'm hoping you're going to come right back, folks, we have so much more that we want to discuss with everyone here. But I will say that, in my opinion, the key answer is the Strait of Hormuz. I do not trust Iran. They are terrorists. They lie. I believe that they're going to try and close down the strait, and that will cause the end of the ceasefire. That's my belief. We'll see. Time will tell. But we're going to be going to a quick break. Please get a sip of water, relax. We'll be right back, and then we'll be going on to our next topic, which should be quite interesting. Thank you.
There's a dragon on the wire, breathing digital flames. No sound bites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Bass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. lies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us here today on our special talking about the Trump presidency, reviewing his policies and the impact that he is having globally and here in America as well. Obviously, you've already heard a little bit from both of my guests, and I think it's been quite the conversation, absolutely. Lively and informative in a lot of different views. But now, to give you a little more insight on each of these individuals, I'll let them introduce themselves. First, we have Gonzalo Duran. And Gonzalo, please tell us about it.
Well, thank you, Michael. My name is Gonzalo Duran. I am a former United States Marine Sergeant, born and raised in the Bronx. I'm currently the CEO of Devil Dog USA Incorporated and the chief editor of the Big Apple Gazette. Politically, I am the vice chairman for the Bronx Conservative Party, the district leader for the 79th Assembly District, and I'm currently running for Congress, District 15.
Oh, okay. That was brief, and he's also a really nice guy. We've been having some great conversations. Both I've spoken to you before publicly, and I've also had a great conversation with you today in the green room. Now, on my left is also a very interesting gentleman. I think people have found him quite unique. His name is Jose Vega. And Jose, please introduce yourself to everyone.
Sure. Well, my name is Jose Vega. I am a congressional candidate running for Congress in the Bronx, in the 15th Congressional District, both in the Democratic Party and as an independent. I have a long history of interventions where I go to different events and I stand up to people who tell lies, and these videos often go viral, whether it's State Department heads, media journalists, people who lie, or congressmen, or anybody really. I will confront them with the truth and expose it for the world to see, and I'm a about 10, 11-year associate of the LaRouche movement, and so I'm very proud to be here, and I'm 27 years old, and it's my second running, and when I decided to run the first time 2 years ago, I told myself I can now either rent a car or run for Congress, and I rented a car at that point, so running for Congress it was.
Well, that's an interesting conversation to have with yourself. And I know how difficult it is to run for Congress. I've done it myself back in 2014. You've made quite the commitment. Actually, running in any election is a commitment to the public, and it takes a lot out. I thank you both for making that commitment to the public. And hopefully people will find this more interesting. By the way, I do want to mention, during the break, I was given access to a Fox News video from News Report from 6 days ago. It does seem that Donald Trump did make some allusion to having provided some protesters with arms. I will look into it more, but I did want to bring up, since I did question it, I did want to make sure that I brought up that correction. Thank you for that.
Of course, of course.
That brings us to our next topic, which I think is going to be also very interesting for a lot of people. We're all Hispanic men, so I think we may be a little bit more tuned into the culture of this, which is the question about Cuba. Since 1959, the United States has not had the best relationship with that nation. I think we all can agree with that. But in the most recent, this year, last several months, we've seen that that relationship between the United States and Cuba has taken on a new tone, so to speak. And we've heard recently, in recent comments from President Trump, that he may, quote, take Cuba. That being ill-defined, and no one's clear exactly what that might mean. So I want to ask each of you, in thinking about Cuba, its history, and looking at the current president and his administration, where do you think the United States is going to go with Cuba? What's going to be next? I'll start with you, Duran.
So, obviously, what's going on in Cuba right now, I want to make it very clear that as a humanitarian, I appall the way they're being treated. I understand the stress that the people that are going through, not only with their political regime, but also with their their livelihoods. But I'm also pretty one-sided. It's well known and documented that my whole campaign and me as an individual is against communism. So I haven't heard of Trump wanting to take over. I didn't hear that part. I know the full embargoment or removing this, something like that happening seen. I can see something like that happening, but the embargo happening right now, I know it's devastating to the people, but where we go back to the conversation earlier, we're fighting for not only resources, but defense and security. It's the reason why Cuba 50 years ago was in the position that it is in then, and why it's in the position that it's now. And just like we attacked Iran, if they put missiles and the other communist countries were able to put a defense area in Cuba, then we would have a problem. So when it comes to global security, and once again, that's one of my biggest priority, is we have to take a stand on it. Do I think the president's gonna try to take over it? No, I don't think so. Politically, I think it would hurt him too much right now, especially with the socialists inching his way across, taking away across the country. They're already taking over the Bronx, so it's a domino effect that's going to happen in the next couple of years.
Okay. I'm unaware of another scenario similar to the Cuban Missile Crisis in the 60s that was dealt with by John F. Kennedy, but it is a potential. That is something that could happen. We see a lot of interest starting to develop between China and Cuba. Previously, it was with the communist regime in Venezuela under Maduro that had been supporting Cuba for many years. So let me ask you, Jose, how do you feel about that?
There's a couple of ways I could go with this. First of all, I mean, absolutely what's going on is atrocious, and people want to blame communism for the state of Cuba before these sanctions were put on it. But the truth is, Cuba never had a chance to stand on its own. We've always been trying to meddle within the country. We've always been trying to go in and, overthrow the leaders. We've tried to kill Fidel Castro a million times, but that's not the interesting part. The interesting part is the fact that before there was the KKK, there was the Knights of the Golden Circle. This goes way back to the 1850s. And the real founder of the KKK is a man named Albert Pike, who Trump just put the statue back up in Washington, D.C. He's a Confederate. Traitor to the nation.
No.
Yes. Anyway, the Knights of the Golden Circle had a map, and in the center of the map is Cuba. That's what this is, because they wanted to take. Anyway.
I'm not familiar with. I can only state that it sounds like a conspiracy theory. I'm not familiar with
That's
it.
why I said I don't know if I want to go there, but that's the truth.
As I understand, it sounds somewhat like a conspiracy theory. Yes, Confederate soldiers have statues across this country. They are American citizens. They were. It is law.
And traitors.
For the United States. No, but that was resolved long before any of us were born, and the resolution was that Confederates are American citizens. Period. Okay. And their statues are statues of American citizens. Now, that being said, that doesn't really address my question about current issues with Cuba. Cuba is a socialist nation and a wonderful representation of socialism in that it's a failed state. It has always been a failed state, and it has had a chance to stand on its own in that the Soviet Union, prior when it existed, was its key support and financier. Then that was followed up after the Soviet Union failed. We see that Venezuela stepped up most recently. Venezuela stepped up under its Maduro, Chavez, and then followed by Maduro. It's had a lot of opportunities. It's just failed. Now, with that being said, I'll ask again, what do you think happens? Donald Trump has said that he is looking for significant change in Cuba, and he is willing to, quote, take it either politically and or directly. What do you see happening?
I think the president should take his nose out of other countries and decide to stop playing world police and dictating what countries should or shouldn't.
All right. Hang on. All right, we're about to start back.
There's a dragon on the wire, breathing digital flames. No sound bites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight. Fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance. Puppy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Sound Bites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. Today is August 2nd. It is currently 5:18, a little bit late. Sorry for that. But I was checking on some breaking news while we were away, and I did want to let you know about that. Bear with me for a second. So about half an hour ago, news came out that two things on the shooting in Idaho at the In-N-Out Burger. Now, at that mass shooting, we found out at least Fox News. I didn't see this in any other news agencies. Again, I only got checked just during the break here, but there was no other news agency I'm noticing has commended the civilian concealed carry shooter who saved lives, the good guy with the gun. And that was great. And again, we spoke about that in the first half of the show. We mentioned he needed to receive some kind of acknowledgement that he is, in fact, a hero, and he did something very heroic. He saved lives. Fox News is acknowledging that. Also, the Twins Falls police chief, Matthew Hicks, is also acknowledging, as I did, that the civilian, the concealed carry holder, was heroic and saved lives. Definitively, absolutely saved lives. Now, they also mentioned that there was an off-duty state trooper that was involved in the apprehension and the stopping the insane, demonic mass shooter, which we now have a name for, and I'll get to that in 1 second. I don't know. I did not see any writing, any articles. I did not see any video that showed a second individual, a state trooper, off duty or on duty, did not identify a second person who was engaging in a shootout with the mass shooter. But there seems to have been two good guys with a gun, which is why the number of people who died and were injured is so low. Thank God. And that's wonderful news. And I'm glad that there were two people there that made it even more likely that more people could be saved. And that was a great bit of news. Now, we now know that, and this is a little bit sad, the suspected gunman is an individual that has been identified as Chad Williams. Now, that's interesting because actually I have a childhood friend that I grew up with, and his name is Chad Williams. And Chad is Hispanic and black like I am. And Chad is here in New York City. So it's kind of sad that the guy has the same name as someone that I know, who I respect and I love. But this is an entirely different individual. This is a 24-year-old man by the name of Chad Williams. Chad is a unique name. Generally, I've only seen black people with the name of Chad, and that refers to an African nation, but okay. We don't have a clear understanding if this is a white guy, a black guy, mixed race, if he's Islamic, various religions. We still don't have details about this killer. But I was saying, the longer they take, the more likely that they're leftist. Now, we found out it's been over 24 hours, we now know the identity of the shooter. Does that make me more or less likely to think that he's a leftist? Hasn't changed my opinion. I still think this is a left-leaning lunatic, but we will find out. I could be wrong. We will find out more. We now know that much about him, and we do know that there was an off-duty officer and a civilian, as I showed you in the video in the first half of the show, that saved lives by engaging with him. And again, that's what saves lives. A good guy with a gun confronting a bad guy with a gun is what saves lives. Otherwise, the bad guy just shoots people. So that's the answer to gun control, essentially. So I wanted to make sure we got that update because that is breaking news. Again, that came out within the last half hour. So I wanted to make sure that I did, in fact, cover that. I do see there was a comment here, and this is from Bronner. Now, during the break, you saw one of my programs that I do. I work with some individuals doing community TV programs, sometimes specials like you just saw. Sometimes I'm the host of the show Radically Conservative. And we do about 2 shows every month. And so you'll see another episode coming up pretty soon. I think my next taping is on August 18th at Lehman College. And we do enjoy individuals. If you want to be in the audience, let me know. I will give you the directions and invite you. You can come and watch us as we do a live taping of the Radically Conservative program August 18th. I think that'll be at 7 p.m. If you're in the Bronx, you want to be there, we'll be happy to have you as our live audience. Jose Vega, who I also did a one-on-one interview with, because I do interview leftists, I do interview Democrats, I do interview crazy people sometimes for their various races, and this is for the New York 15th race. So I did want to update that from after that show, Jose Vega did go into the Democratic primary for the New York 15th district. He lost massively to the Richie Torres, who is the congressman in the New York 15th, my district, a Democrat, useless, very useless. But Jose Vega was able to get all of 5% because Jose Vega, in my opinion, he would say he's a socialist. I will tell you that he's a straight up communist who loves China. I'm not upset that Jose Vega lost. I told that to Jose's face. I say that publicly. I have no problem with it that I want Jose Vega to lose. But he is still on the ballot, and he will be on in November. He is supposedly an independent. He's not. He's a socialist, and he should lose. But that's another thing altogether. And I see there's a comment from Bronner who says, I'm no fan of Vega. I have no clue who he is. I'm telling you, he's a communist, straight up. He's an absolute communist. Wants to destroy the Constitution, wants to destroy the amendments. He's a communist. But he was right about the issues in Iran beginning far before 1979. True, absolutely. He can read a history book. Fantastic. He's still a communist, and he still should not be elected. But that's my personal opinion. Not that he shouldn't run. Please let me make sure that's clear. And I interviewed him so that the public, voters in the Bronx, would be able to hear Jose Vega answer questions like the fact that he wants to defund the national defense. He literally wants to take the defense budget and leave our military with virtually nothing. He literally said so. I've done the interview with him. You can see it for yourself. He initially states that he wants to completely defund the United States military, which I disagree with, absolutely. But but that was the thing. I interviewed him so that people could find out his answers to very specific questions and to find out whether or not they thought he was a good candidate. Democrats apparently only 5% believe that he's a good candidate. I don't think any Republicans would think so. Who knows what the independents think? We'll find out in November. I don't expect him to win. I don't expect him to do well, but you never know. So I just wanted to point that out. Now, I do want to remind everyone, please remember, you can, if you are a member of our Patreon, we do have a review of the book, Nothing Left, by Evan Barker. It was done by J. Rest Break. That is exclusive for the paid members on Patreon. You can see this. The Patreon is $1.50. There's only one level. It's $1.50 per month. It's dirt cheap. And you can go and check out the review. We'll have some more stuff coming on Patreon over the coming weeks and months. This is one of the first things, which is just to review the book. And you may find it interesting. And I hope you'll enjoy it. It's only $1.50. So, it'll be definitely worth the money at the very least. And I thank Jay Rest Break for volunteering to provide a review of that leftist book. So that being said, let's jump back in because we haven't talked about Spain. We haven't talked about illegal immigration. We haven't talked about Zoran Mandami. We haven't talked about Kathy Hochul. There's a lot still left to talk about in the program, and we're going to jump right on in with all of that. Now, I left off. Where did I leave off? Oh, Spain. Okay. I just have some things preset here. So let's talk about Spain, because I think it's a very interesting story. It's obviously the last couple of days we've seen that I've seen the record somewhere between 60 and 70,000 illegal aliens left Morocco and tried to enter into Spain. In fact, they did successfully invade into Spain, 70,000 in a day, overwhelming the city of Ceuta. And that is a city of roughly about 100,000 people. So you're looking at a 70% increase in the population of this small town in 24 hours. It was bad. It was not good. Now, you've heard from a lot of international news media since that time saying that roughly 50% of and they won't actually give you a number, they say most. You hear almost everyone, Deutsche Welle, the BBC, every international news agency has said most of the illegal aliens went back to Morocco on their own. I don't believe that. And we have heard, and when there are some serious figures, we've heard that the number is somewhere around 30-ish thousand of the illegal aliens that came from Morocco into Spain went back home. That leaves somewhere between 20 to 30,000 illegal immigrants in Spain. That still leaves. That's a huge amount of people. That's literally many small towns would be. That's almost the size of the city of Binghamton. Literally, almost the size of the city of Binghamton. Binghamton has about 45,000 people in that city. We're talking about roughly 20, 30, almost the size of the city of Binghamton are still illegal aliens in Spain. Why does this matter? Well, it tells you something. First of all, look at what happens when socialist or leftist leaning individuals, governments, have to deal with the consequences of their policies. They didn't understand. Spain had just passed a law through their Supreme Court that said that if you're an illegal alien that came by water into Spain, you get to stay, that you will get rewarded. And of course, this is part of the open border mentality of the left. And so they didn't understand the consequence of saying the border is open. Come on in. Much like the Biden-Harris administration didn't understand that when they said the border was open, especially in Texas, where they were lifting up using forklifts to lift up the barbed wire so that illegal aliens could enter into the United States through the southern border, when they welded open the gates that have been put in place by the Trump administration previously, they didn't understand that they would get tens of thousands and ultimately millions of illegal aliens entering into the United States under the Biden-Harris administration. How many illegal aliens enter into America since Donald Trump has been back in office? 95, minimally. The lowest estimate I can find is 95% of the number of encounters are gone. We have had a 95% reduction from the Biden administration levels. That is ridiculous. Essentially, we shut down the border. Something that Obama and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, the left, said could not happen, could not be done. And yet it did happen, and it has been done. And so I offer to those who say, well, you can't deport all the illegal aliens. Yeah, you said we couldn't close the border either, but we did. So if we can close the border, can we deport the illegal aliens? Yes, we can. It's a question of time, money, and effort. That's it. And I understand there's a lot of states like New York, California, Minnesota that are fighting against this, but we can, in fact, close the border. We can, in fact, deport the illegal aliens. We can. It's just a matter of the effort that we're willing to put into it, the amount of money we are willing to spend on it. But we can do it. And I would suggest, and I believe, that we should do it because they're criminals and they deserve zero reward. And I know the leftists will say, well, they're just poor people. They're people down on their luck. That's not our obligation. And here's the thing. When you look at what happened with Spain, they had the same mentality as the Democratic Socialists here in the United States, the progressive movement here in the United States. They said the same thing. Well, they're poor people. They're people down on their luck in their country, and there shouldn't be a border. They should be able to come to Spain and be able to have a better life, even though it's not the obligation of Spain to do that. And when it was just a theory, when it was just someone else's problem, Spain and the rest of the EU said, yeah, that's not a problem. It's okay. Open borders, let them come in, and we'll reward them all. Now they have to deal with the reality of the consequence. They said that the illegals came, and now they have to deal with it. And their answer was Spain sent down the military to close the border, to return some of these illegals, because yes, maybe if you believe the reporting, half said that they wanted to go back on their own, and Spain is trying to convince the others with their military to force them back across the border. So they're using force to close their border. France and Poland and Germany have said they're changing their rules on their borders so that these individuals who came through Morocco into Spain and therefore are able to travel from Spain throughout the entire EU, which means that they can come to the United States as well. I'll get to that in 1 second. These countries, France, Poland, Germany, many of these European Union states have all decided, well, we're going to shut down our border. We're going to do border checks. There is suddenly, the reality is, oh my God, guess what? There is a border and we will shut it down. Oh, we can do security checks, especially since, and I can tell you that, and I was watching this for a couple of days. I was searching through international news, The Guardian, the BBC, Deutsche Welle, US News. I was checking all around the world. I could not find, I was checking on the Twitter. I could not find any video clip showing the illegal aliens that were entering into Spain that contained women and children. There were no families. I've heard the news media say in several countries, oh, there were women and children that crossed the border. I can't find video of it. I've seen no news agency that showed any video of women and children that entered into Spain. I cannot see any. I have yet to find any video on Twitter. I have yet to see any organization, especially on the left, that can confirm that anyone except military-age men actually entered into Spain. This is part of the reason why Italy is also closing its border and saying, no, you can't come from Spain into Italy. They're not letting you in. So when the socialists have to deal with the consequences, when the leftists have to deal with the consequences of their policies, they suddenly become as conservative as the conservatives have always been from the beginning. All of a sudden they realize the conservatives were right, that they can't handle dealing with all of the poor of the world. It overwhelms the system, and it only creates a problem for your home country, in this case, Spain. It only overwhelmed everything Sueta, and that will affect people for years. The food, the medical supplies, the strain on the infrastructure, it broke the city. They broke the city because some leftists, in particular Spain's prime minister, wanted to be compassionate and didn't think about consequences. He didn't think about his people first. He was more concerned about the illegal aliens than his citizens, and he broke one of his own cities. He broke the Spanish system and endangered the rest of Europe. Here's something that none of the news media was talking about on this, and I thought it was actually rather important. And I kind of think that Giorgia Meloni, the prime minister of Italy, kind of thought of this as well. All of the men, apparently all of them were men. There was some organization that got them. There were literally several reports of trucks driving through Morocco, bringing truckloads of young men to enter into Spain. Truckloads of men. Where were these trucks coming from? We don't know. Who organized those trucks? We don't know. Who sponsored these men? We don't know. And they were shipping them into what we do believe is that some of them were criminal. Some of these were gangs and drug gangs. Some of them may have been terrorists or terrorists in training. We don't know how many, if only, and let's think of the math. Let's call it 60,000 for round numbers, roughly about 60,000 people entered into Spain. Of that 60,000, let's assume that only 1% were criminals, whether they were in a gang, drug dealers, sex slavers, or just terrorists. 1%. Well, that would mean 66. That would be 600 new criminals in a city of 100,000 people. 600 new criminals. Can you imagine? We needed what? 20 people in planes to have 9/11. And they were crashing planes all across the United States. 20 people. Takes one person to blow up a building like Columbine or Timothy McVeigh. Takes one person. 600 entered into a day. That's assuming there's only 1% criminals. 1%. And obviously there's more. There is no question that there's more. You say, Mike, how can you say there were more than just 1% of the people who were there were criminals? How can you do that? Well, you know, it's a little anecdotal, I admit. There's a little bit of an anecdotal answer here, but let me show you. This is a video from Spain. And what you see is on Saturday, I believe. This was on, July 30th. On July 30th, the night that the immigrants, the illegal aliens, entered into Spain, they were on ladders. They were at doors. They were breaking down doors. They were entering into windows. They were climbing up to the second floor to enter into buildings so that they could rob people, so that they could attack women. And there is no question, women were assaulted from July 30th and possibly even at this moment. It happened. It is happening. It's something that the mainstream news media really doesn't want to talk about because it's a direct consequence of the short-sighted, vibe-filled mentality of socialism and progressivism. They don't take into account the real world. What happens when you put almost half an entire city's worth of people into a city that isn't prepared for them, that doesn't have the resources, doesn't have the jobs, doesn't have the beds, doesn't have the food for these individuals? They go wild, especially when all of them are military age, 15 to 25-year-olds that have nothing better to do than create havoc, to rob people, to break into people's houses, to steal their food, steal their property, and God forbid, to assault the women. And that's exactly what we saw happening. This is why borders exist. By the way, you know what Spain did in reaction to this? I'm pretty sure I have video of that as well. Where is it? No, that's not it. Oh, God, help me. Where is it? I had a video on this. I thought I had it. No. Okay, I don't have it. Spain built a wall. Oh, yeah. Remember the leftists in America, and they said, walls don't work. Donald Trump, the wall won't work. Walls are ineffective. As I have often said, about 120 countries out of 192 countries in the entire world, they all have walls. 120. Spain, as a reaction to the illegal aliens bum rushing their country, built a wall. And they're going to build a bigger wall. They put up a wall initially, which is chain link, and now they're going to build a bigger wall to prevent this from ever happening again. So walls suddenly do work. And the leftists that told you that walls don't work and walls aren't needed, they lied to you. The very same progressives that told you that open borders is a great thing and illegal aliens are good for your economy, they were proven wrong. Now, my big concern about all of this is actually a little different than what the mainstream news media is talking about on this. And that is that we are going to see that there's going to be a percentage, call it 10, 15%. So we're talking about, I don't know, somewhere between 6,000 and 12,000 illegal aliens will likely find their way into Europe. And then from that, there's another, I don't know, let's call it another 10% that will find their way from Europe, which includes the United Kingdom, to the United States. Now, that means that, in my estimate, that would only be about 1,200 of these Moroccan illegal aliens will make it into the United States. Minimum. These are minimum numbers, at least 1,200. Again, we're adding more criminals to the United States. We're adding more potential terrorists. How hard would it be for Al Qaeda or the Taliban or Iran, the IRGC, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, to put in 5 terrorists? That's all it needs. 5 terrorists to go into Spain, to travel through Spain, to get through France or directly over to England, and then into the United States. Maybe they enter into New Jersey. Maybe they go to Pennsylvania. Most likely they would go to some small state that people aren't paying attention to. Maybe they go to Maine. They wind up in Boston. And now they're in the United States. All it takes is 5. And they decide to blow up something. Now someone's going to say, well, Mike, you're just thinking of the worst case scenario. Yes, I am. And realistically, that's not the worst case. The worst case is it isn't going to be 5. It's probably closer to 500 of the terrorists will enter, not just the one of those terrorist organizations, but people from every one of those terrorist organizations. We will get terrorists from Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis and the IRGC and the Taliban and Al Qaeda and ISIS will all come into America because of this opportunity that the Spanish government created because they want to be woke. And that's a threat, not just for the United States, it's for all of our allies. And Americans everywhere in Europe, as well as the Europeans, all have to be now concerned because we don't know who those people were. They weren't vetted. Oh, but half of them went home. How do you know? They don't know for sure. That's a guess. People are guessing. They don't know how many came into Spain before they caught all of them. They have no idea. The estimate is somewhere between 60 and 70,000. It can be higher. Could be lower. It can and probably is higher because the news media is trying to minimize this story. Say it's not that big a deal. This was not a problem. That's why half of them went home. It wasn't a big deal. How do you know that? That's an estimate. That's their guess. They want you to feel good. Meanwhile, Ceuta is still overrun with illegal aliens. They still don't have enough food for all these people. They don't have enough beds for all these people. They don't have enough anything for these people. And when you have 15 to 25-year-old men in the middle of the summer with absolutely nothing to do, you get more crime. All kinds of more crime. This is a problem for the United States as well as the rest of the world. And it is proof positive that the socialist idea of open borders and that foreign nation, any nation, is responsible for foreigners outside their nation who are breaking their laws is ridiculous. We should not. The leftists should never again say, oh, no, but we have to take care of them. Why? Spain didn't. Italy's absolutely refusing. Poland has refused. Germany's refusing. Europe is saying, no, we have to rethink this because this is a bad idea. It has had nothing but negative results. There is no positive. That lie that illegal aliens increase your wealth, they actually pay taxes. They're good for the economy. No one believes that because it's never happened. Not anywhere in the world has that ever happened. If that were true, New York City would be at a profit. We'd have extra money. New York State, California, Massachusetts, Illinois, Pennsylvania, they'd all have surpluses of money if having illegal aliens meant more productivity, meant more money being generated, more taxes being paid. If that was true, all of those, every one of those states and every one of the countries would be doing better, except it's breaking city after city, state after state, and nation after nation. It doesn't work. It's a lie. It is a lie that is meant you to have a feeling. And if you have that feeling, you feel justified. Oh my God, I virtue signaled. Isn't it so wonderful? Yes. And that's what Spain was doing. Spain virtue signaled on an international level and said, don't we look so great? We're virtue signaling about open borders and illegal aliens. And then reality hit them. And the second it did, their answer was, nope, we're going to be conservatives now. We're going to treat you like the conservatives would. Get out my country. Put up a wall. Do not let them in. Have checkpoints. Find out who these people are. Everything that the right has been saying that we should be doing from the beginning. That's the reality check. Wake up call for all the progressives and socialists out there. Wake up call. When your policies, when the consequences come, they come hard and they come big and they do not result in the promises and the rose-colored glasses views that you believe. Your vibe check doesn't work. I don't know. Maybe it's me, but it seemed pretty straightforward. Speaking of that, and vibe checks that just don't come true. Hamas has promised again that if mean old Israel just backs down, Hamas will give up their police and Hamas will give up the government. Now, they already made the promise about giving up the government. And I covered that, 3 weeks ago? And I covered that and I said, okay, they promised to give up the government. They haven't actually done it. They're still in control. They won't give up power. And by the way, that has nothing to do with the military wing of Hamas. They still have their military. They still have their terrorist fighters. They never gave that up. They said, well, we'll give up running the government because they can't do it. They're bad at it. They kill their own people. They're absolutely horrendous at administering and running a city. That's why Gaza is such a hellhole, part of the reason why it's such a hellhole. They don't know how to run a city. They don't know how to maintain infrastructure. They don't care about that. They care about killing Jews. That's what Hamas is interested in. That's all they care about. It's like the IRGC. They don't know how to run a government. They know how to die for their God, and that's it. They know how to kill infidels. That's it. They blow up moms and children. That's what they know how to do. They don't know how to run a government. And that's what we're seeing. They don't know how to, so they're just going to stop running the government. Let someone else do it. And let them bring in money and food and resources that Hamas can't get, so that they can take it away from the people, take it away from the government to steal it, so they can keep on with their terrorist fight. But they sweetened the deal because Israel looked at it and the world looked at it and said, yeah, we don't believe you. We don't believe you, Hamas. You're a bunch of terrorists. Terrorists lie. The only people who lie more than terrorists are communists. So we just don't believe you because it's not true. Give up the power. And so what has Hamas done this week? They said, oh, we'll sweeten the deal. Not only will we give up the government, we'll give up the police. Well, if you're giving up your position in government, of course you give up the police. Why would you be running the police department? That's part of the government, right? Isn't that what you said you'd be giving up? That you wouldn't be running the government anymore? The police are part of the government. So of course you would be giving up the police. But apparently to Hamas, those are two different things. We'll give you back all the weapons that we use to police people. You really shouldn't have a bunch of weapons to police people. But they are, okay? So they, again, are promising that they will do this. Not that they've actually done it. Not that they're in the process of doing it. They just promised it. They want to see Israel do something first. They want other people to give them a reward, and then they'll follow up with the promise. They said they promised to do it. So they'll eventually do it after they get what they want. How does that make the world more peaceful? How does that make people trust terrorists more often? You don't. It's the same offer. It's still crap. They still can't be trusted. And that means the Middle East is still unstable. Maybe even more unstable because Iran isn't in control of Hamas anymore. Hamas has to figure out their own way. It's part of the reason why they're streamlining, while they're shrinking their size. Why? They don't have the extra money coming from Iran. They don't have the extra support coming from the IRGC. They don't have people taking care of all the daily bureaucratic work. They don't have people doing the logistics for them anymore. They have to do it themselves. That means they have to shrink because they can't handle it. That doesn't make them safer. It doesn't make them less dangerous. It doesn't change the fact that they're still terrorists. It just means that they're more efficient. They're becoming more efficient at being terrorists. They're not going to waste their time doing useless crap anymore. They're going to focus on the one thing they actually do, which is blow up moms and children. That's what they're focusing on, being better terrorists. Not terrorists who also run a city, who also have to maintain an infrastructure. No. They're going to focus on the one thing they actually know how to do, blow up moms and children. And people in Harvard are like, yes, we'll give you money for that. It's stupid. It makes no sense to me. It's as stupid as the Spanish going, yeah, open up the border. What's the worst thing that could happen? Okay. So I did a video about that. I just wanted to address that a little bit there. Let me see. And of course, there are the many individuals around the world who are like, oh, no, but it's a good thing. This is a good thing because Israel bad. It's the same thing you hear. Hochul bad, Orange Man bad, Mandami bad, Israel bad. It's just something you say. It's a virtue signal. It's not true. It's not real. But the bad guy has to be Israel because it can't be Hamas, even though Hamas are terrorists. And Hamas started this war. October 7th wasn't started by Israel. That was Hamas. They did this on purpose. They knew this was going to happen. They didn't care. Because Hamas, like the IRGC, like Iran, they believe in dying, taking your mom with them. They believe they go to heaven killing your daughter, your niece, your sister. They think that'll get them into heaven and get them 72 virgins at the same time. That's just so wrong on so many levels. No, but that's what they believe. And so they're doing it. They're just getting better at it. And meanwhile, you have the left around the globe that are buying this hook, line, and sinker. They're so into the virtue signal, and they're just throwing money at this going, yeah, virtue signaling more. Never once stopping to think of the consequences. We just saw the consequences in Spain. We just saw Europe be smacked in the face with the consequences and go, hang on, wait, let's rethink this. Let's think this through. This doesn't work the way we thought it would. The promises, they're not real. They don't come true. There are no unicorns. There are no rainbows. There's no candy. This is a problem. Just a problem. And the problem may be far, far bigger than they think it is. I don't know. Could be more sex slaving. Could be more gangs. That would be the good news. Could be more terrorism. That's a problem. But I wanted to talk a little bit about that because no one else is really looking at it from that point of view. No one else wants to talk about that. So I talked a little bit about Spain. If you guys agree, fantastic. If you don't, tell me why. This is a conversation. If you happen to be a leftist in Spain and you think, Mike, you just don't understand, fantastic. Tell me why I'm wrong. If you happen to be a leftist in France or in England And you think, Mike, no, you just don't understand. Please let me understand. Tell me why. Why am I wrong? If you're in Harvard or Cornell, one of the Ivy League schools, and you think, oh, you're just an old man, you just don't get it. Fantastic. Tell me why. Don't tell me I'm old. Don't tell me I'm ugly. Don't tell me I'm stupid. Actually tell me why. Give me a reason, not a feeling, not a vibe, not an insult. Tell me why. Because all I ever hear from the left is, no, you just don't understand. I'm twice your age. I speak 4 languages. I'm a very educated man, and I've been doing this for 20 years. Yeah, I understand. So shut up. That's stupid. You're trying to destroy my character, but you can't. You can't even understand the breadth and the depth of my character. So no. Let's see. Bronner says, wow, this whole Spain thing sounds like a lot like the Balfour Declaration. A bunch of folks invading and displacing the indigenous people of Palestine. Not quite, no. And I know you're going to disagree. I do disagree because it's not the same. Not in any way, shape, or form. It's a very different scenario altogether. But, again, you don't have to like Israel. You don't have to like how Israel was created. But it's not the same thing. Not at all. But I can appreciate that you want it to be the same. It's not. It just isn't. Okay. So, but again, I'm happy to hear the differences of opinion. Some people think, oh, well, there's what happened in Spain is the same thing as what happened with Israel. No. Let's see. Israel was supported by the what was the predecessor to the UN? I forget what it was called. Before there was a UN, there was another organization that worked together to find a new home for the Jews, to give them a space that no one else wanted, land that no one else could survive on, which is mostly desert, which is what they found. They gave them a little bit of land, and the Jews got together. They created, they built up their nation. They defended themselves. How many times have they been at war? How many times have everyone else in the Middle East tried to kill them and they've won? They've earned the land they are in now. What happened in Spain? A bunch of young men were told they'll get a reward if they invade someone else's property. It wasn't given to them. It wasn't authorized. There wasn't any world government that said, oh, yeah, you can come in. Even Spain didn't say, come in. They said, if you happen to be here, we're going to give you rewards. They didn't realize, well, you might as well say, come on in. But that's not the same thing. What is this? Really, the British people promised sovereignty to the Arabs while simultaneously promising land to the Arabs as to the Jews. In 1948, there was, wait for it, Israel. Actually, after World War II, the British did support the Arabs in trying to unify and have their own land. The Arabs started fighting amongst themselves. It wasn't the British that didn't live up to their efforts. It was the Middle East. It just went back into their petty, you can call it petty, their traditional biases against each other, and they fought against each other. That's what collapsed what the British had promised them, and the Israelis didn't collapse. So they had the opportunity. They broke up the Ottoman Empire. A lot of these nations were able to have a chance in the Middle East to resurrect themselves, to be their own, and they failed because they hate each other. And they've been fighting for 1,500 years. And the Israelis didn't. So, no, it's not the same. It was not given. It was created by crushing. No, crushing the Arabs came after it was given. The land was given first by the then UN at the time. And the Arabs didn't like it. They fought over it. and the Jews won. So no, they didn't crush the Arabs. They crushed the Arabs after the Arabs attacked them. That's what happened in that order. So there is that. Okay. Let's move forward. Because I want to talk a little bit about Dr. Fauci. So let's talk about Dr. Fauci. What? That is a very biased way of looking at what happened with Israel. But anyway, that's not exactly history, but okay, fair enough. Israel wasn't created by invasion. It's just not true. You may not like the way that they created Israel, but it wasn't because of an invasion. That didn't happen. Anyway, moving forward. Dr. Fauci. So I did a video on this. Dr. Fauci decided that he was going to, he went to Congress, Dr. Fauci, and I did a short video on this. And I think a few people saw that. In fact, that's on Instagram. Over 500,000 people have seen this video. 500,000 people. And less than 100 have seen it on YouTube, which is insane. That's censorship. That's an example of censorship. There is an audience for what we do, for the content that I put out. Absolutely. Please hit the subscribe button. Please hit it. Because I know the audience is there. The content has the quality. Because this video, not even my best video. Having watched the Senate hearing between Dr. Anthony Fauci and our senators, I was struck by something. Dr. Fauci was declaring the Fifth Amendment right to not incriminate himself. But he also has a pardon. Now, we know from the Supreme Court back in, I think it was 1873, that if you have a pardon, then you must answer questions about the crime that you got the pardon for. You can't be held accountable. So I was wrong about that. It's 1896. I think I said 1873. It's 1896 that we know that if you have a pardon, you have to answer the questions. You have to. If Dr. Fauci committed murder in the 10-year period that his pardon covered, he can't be tried for the murder. But when he's asked about it, he must answer, and he must answer truthfully. And then he's fine. The pardon protects him. But he can't not answer. Now, here's the other thing. Since Dr. Fauci was taking the Fifth, and he knows that the pardon covers him so that he cannot be tried for telling the truth of what he did, then he's rejecting his pardon. Now, in 1915, the Supreme Court decided that you can reject a pardon. And if you do, then you can take the Fifth Amendment, and that's the only time it would apply. So if Dr. Fauci rejected the pardon given to him by Biden for that 10-year period, he can be tried. He can be tried and held accountable for his crimes because he gave up on the pardon. That's what I think he did today. I don't think I'm sure that, the CNNs and the left wing of the media won't mention that to the public. But I think that's something that a lot of people should be asking about. And if I am right, and that is the way the law works out, Fauci should be tried. But what do you think? So I asked that question, and 500,000 people have seen that video on Instagram, not YouTube. YouTube won't show it to people. And I've been receiving comments back. I've also reached out to several Viva Fry and Nate the Lawyer, Ben Shapiro. I reached out to a bunch of lawyers online and asked them if they think I am correct. I haven't heard back from them. I'm not big enough for Nate the Lawyer or Viva Fry or Ben Shapiro to necessarily, decide, oh my God, Mike got in touch and so I got to respond to him. I mean, if they do respond to me, that'd be fantastic. I look forward to it, but they haven't yet. So I don't know. And maybe there's a lawyer who's watching that can tell me, Mike, you misunderstand or you got it right. But I actually decided to take a little bit more of a look at this. And I want you guys to see what I've done here. Okay. Because what I did is I actually went on to ChatGPT and I said, okay, let's look at this. Because a lot of people were saying, no, Mike, you misunderstand. He's trying to protect himself from the state. He's afraid that states will sue him. That's not an argument because that's wrong. That's just not true. You see, if Dr. Fauci did his job and did it properly, he's protected. States can't sue him. He has immunity. He has it's limited immunity, but it's called the Supremacy Clause immunity. As a federal agent, which Dr. Fauci was, if he's doing his job properly and did not exceed or break, as long as he didn't exceed his power and he didn't break the law, then he's covered by the federal government. The states may not like it, but they can't charge him because he did what he was supposed to do. He did what the Supreme Court told him, the federal government told him to do, and he is protected by the federal government. So he has immunity and he has a pardon. He is untouchable by the states. He's untouchable. And I went through and I had to ask ChatGPT. And by the way, I also asked Grok, and I will have the link for you guys to look this over yourselves. But he would have supremacy. And again, was he performing a federal duty authorized by the federal law? He was. His actions were necessary and proper to carry out that duty. Apparently, he claims, and Democrats claim, he was. Therefore, if he was doing his job and he was doing his job properly, as he and Democrats have claimed, then he's immune. He cannot be sued by states. Therefore, since he has immunity and he has a pardon, he can answer questions. He can't take the fifth. And I want to be clear about this. It's not that he doesn't get a choice. It's not an option for him. He must answer the question. Yes, he's going to be convicted of contempt, as he should be. He's going to go to jail. Contempt will only get him a year, but he has to go to jail for this because he must answer. If he is not answering, then he is admitting that he broke the law, that he abused his power and or he was doing something that was unauthorized. That's the only way that states could potentially sue him, given the pardon, which is for 10 years. So it's not a matter of time, and it's blanket. It's for anything and everything he did in that 10-year period. So the federal government cannot touch him from anything he did back in 2014 until 2025. 10 years. He's clear. And if he was doing everything in that 10-year period, according to his job, as he claims he did, then he's untouchable. But if he's taking the fifth, he is in fact admitting that he didn't do that he broke the law, that he overreached with his power, or he did something he wasn't supposed to do, that he committed a crime. Even though he has the federal pardon, which still, even if, again, the pardon says, whether you did the crime or not, you're innocent. Fantastic. But the states can sue the hell out of him. He is a criminal. He effectively rejected his pardon. And he effectively admitted that he is liable and culpable, and states can sue him. He can go to jail. And you can go through this. By the modern legal test, by what immunity does not cover, commits acts outside the scope of his federal authority. Did Fauci do that? Yes. I think so. Democrats say no. Violate federal law? I say yes. Senator Rand Paul says yes. Fauci says no. Democrats say no. Act for purely personal reasons. In terms of money, according to his diary, yes. According to Rand Paul, yes. According to me and Marco Rubio, yes. But according to Democrats, no. Use force or authority that is objectively unnecessary or unreasonable. I say yes. Democrats say no. So if the answer is no, as Democrats have said, then he is safe. Because it isn't absolute, but it is enough. And I go into this question about the supremacy clause, the presidential pardon, and the Fifth Amendment, and how this all comes together. And you can ask these questions of ChatGPT yourself, and you can find out the answers for yourself. But the bottom line is, essentially, if he is taking the fifth, he is effectively rejecting the pardon, and it is an admission of guilt, and states should be suing him. That's the way I see this. And when I double checked it, when I decided to go grok and I double checked my questions, I came up with the same answers, because the combined effect should make him invulnerable if he doesn't take the fifth. The pardon and his job make him immune unless he didn't do his job, unless he broke the law doing his job. Then he can be sued like crazy. And he is telling us, by taking the fifth, he didn't do his job. That there is evidence out there. He knows for a fact he didn't do his job. And I think he absolutely knew this. He knew he didn't do his job. And so he's covering his butt. And he knows it. Now, I don't know. Some people may disagree with me. Some people will say, Mike, you just don't like Fauci. I didn't like Fauci. And I know that yet another layer of censorship put on my channel, like many channels out there, was the fact that I questioned Dr. Fauci, because I have a First Amendment right to do that. Because my government is not immune from critique. And I thought it was stupid. Oh, wear 4 masks. Yeah, throw 4 masks on your face. That'll make you safe. No, it won't. And who said that? UCLA, the WHO. Oh, but we got to keep kids out of the schools because they're not going to be safe. That's not true. How do we know? The British government. They have emails talking about how immune the kids are. That unless they have like massive comorbidities, the kid has childhood cancer. Unless that's the case, the kid's going to be fine. It's just a cold. Same thing for almost everyone, except if you're very old. You either have to be extremely old, like 90, or you have to be old, like 60, with a bunch of comorbidities. You know, high blood pressure, you already got a bunch of illnesses, you're on 1,001 pills that you're popping. Yeah, unless you're doing all that kinds of crap, you're living through it. It's crazy. Fauci is a horrible human being. He had a medication that he guaranteed, he was pushing it hard. It has no side effects. That's a lie. You can't transmit the virus. That's a lie. It's going to stop you from being sick. That's a lie. It'll minimize how sick you get. That's a lie. He lied to the American people. He attacked the American people. Remember when in 2021, I think it was November of 2021 on MSNBC, Dr. Fauci said he was science. He is the representative of science. Talk about an ego trip. Move over, Tyson. You have nothing on him. That's deGrasse Tyson. He has nothing. Neil deGrasse Tyson has nothing on Dr. Fauci. Dr. Fauci has an ego that is as big as the Hulk is strong. It is enormous. It is galactic. That he would call himself, he is the embodiment of science. He is the representative of science. That's the exact quote. I'm the representative of science. No, you're not. And he was lying to us. He put it in his diary. All of his colleagues and his emails with his colleagues revealed that he had been doing shady crap for decades. This man needs to be held accountable. Yes, first and foremost, put him in contempt. Go in front of court, have the court compel him that he must answer. He cannot take the fifth, that he must answer the questions because he does have immunity, because he does have a pardon. And when he answers the question and that answer reveals that he violated the terms of his job, he overreached, he broke the law, he was funding illegal gain research in a foreign country trying to evade the United States supervision. When we find that out, then he loses his immunity, and then he is liable for every court to charge him with his crimes. Let's see what you guys have to say about some of this stuff. So let me go, and one of the first things, Bronner says, Fauci's crimes against humanity go back well before his pardon date. In the 1980s, he was killing patients, AIDS patients, through AZT, knowing that there were alternative treatments. Yes, I do remember that he had the history of being psychotic. I know. And yeah, I've heard about his history going back to the 80s when I was alive. And a lot of people, younger people, don't know about the AIDS epidemic. And it was the same thing, terrifying the public. People were terrified. They're like, you can't touch a doorknob, otherwise you might get AIDS. You can't. But that's what people thought. People were terrified. If you sneezed on someone, they're like, oh my God, did you just give me AIDS? Of course not. But that was because of Dr. Fauci. He made people terrified. He didn't actually make people feel safe. He didn't give them real answers. He terrified people to make money for himself, to elevate his position. That's why he was the most expensive. In 2022, he was the most expensive federal government employee, making well over $500,000. The egomaniac that he was. Lunatic joined us. Hello, Lunatic. I'm pretty sure you're going to like this conversation, this topic. Let's see. Americua is with us. Hey, Americua. Americua says, I asked a young relative who was complaining about the Jews how many times the Palestinians turned down their own state, and he had no clue. I'm aware of at least 5 to 10 times that Hamas and or the Palestinian Authority were given an opportunity to have their own state, and they said no. At least between 5 and 10 times, at least. Lunatic says, sue Dr. Fauci. You can try, but that would be civil court, and that would be something like if you could connect Andrew Cuomo's culpability for killing 16,000 people to the overreach of power by Dr. Fauci, that because Dr. Fauci was overreaching his power and he was demonizing people, that forced somehow Andrew Cuomo to decide to put old people in this, put young people with COVID in old folks' homes so that old folks could then better get COVID and die, and therefore 16,000 people died. If you could make that chain, then you would be able to have a bunch of lawsuits. You'd be able to sue Andrew Cuomo, New York State government. You'd be able to vote, sue Dr. Fauci and the United States government. You could do that. There is no such chain. I understand the logic of the chain. I can logically understand how politically they're connected, but legally connected, no. So lawsuits, we really can't win that, because while it's obvious and it's moral and ethical, and we can see politically how it's all connected, legally they're all separate. You wouldn't be able to make that lawsuit which is why we have a problem here. That's why they have to try him on state level, and we have to lift the Fifth Amendment clause. He needs to go to jail. Let's see. Did I thought I just had that. Bronner says, I heard at least 3 states are moving to prosecute him. Yes. I remember Florida. I believe South Carolina was one of the other states, Republican states. They're going to try and sue. They are trying to prosecute him. But they're basically going to hit the same stonewall, which is they've got to get rid of the Fifth Amendment. They basically have to bring this in front of a judge and say he can't claim the Fifth Amendment because he overreached his power, which invalidates the immunity for the federal immunity, not the pardon, but the federal immunity. And in taking the Fifth, he violated the terms, or he rejected the presidential pardon. Therefore, he is accountable and he can be sued. So they're going to court. This is going to court. One way or another, we will find out very quickly whether or not this scenario can ever exist again. We're going to have a definitive answer. This is going to the Supreme Court. Absolutely. Lunatic says, well, we should remove any monetary asset he has until we can prove that he was guilty. Therefore, because there is a law, which isn't used a whole lot, but there is a law that you cannot profit off of a crime. Now, because of that, and I believe that's a federal law, that you cannot, it was meant for murderers, that if a murderer, like Son of Sam, when he wrote a book after he got caught, went to jail, he wrote a book about being Son of Sam. But to prevent him from making a profit, they actually made a law and said, well, he can't profit off of murder. He can't get any of that money. So if you could prove that Fauci, somewhere in that 10-year period, was breaking the law, that he overreached and abused his power, which is not covered by the federal government, therefore he is liable, then you could say his salary and his retirement and everything else connected from the moment that he made that overreach and stopped being an employee of the federal government and was being a criminal, from that moment on, everything he earned, all of the money, the grants, all of his retirement, everything from that point on can be stripped away from him. That's how you'd be able to do that. If you can prove when he broke the federal law, when he stopped doing his job, from that moment forward, everything he earned is illegal. That's the way that they would do that. It's a tough thing to prove. What did Bronner say? I heard this morning Fauci is now in fear of his life. Well, that's his own actions. He's in fear of his life because he demonized people who questioned him. He demonized people for saying, well, the purpose of science is to ask questions. That's what science does. We make a theory, we try to prove the theory, then we ask a question about the proof. Going, okay, again, as simple as the Big Bang. Okay, so if the universe started with the Big Bang, which is one of the theories out there, there's others. Okay, well, everything was in one hyper microscopic point. All the matter in the universe was in this super dense, super tiny point. And then it all exploded. Just burst. And suddenly it became the universe. That's the Big Bang. Okay. Why did everything suddenly go bang? If everything was held together by gravity and all the forces in that little tiny super microscopic point, why did it suddenly become unstable? Okay. And the universe burst forward. Fantastic. What happened before that? What was going on in the universe before the Big Bang? How long was it that microscopic point? Where did the matter that was in that microscopic universe, all the matter in the galaxy, including dark energy, where did it all come from? It had to come from somewhere. Yeah, it was all in one spot. Fantastic. Where did it all come from? How did it get there? So you ask questions, you make theorems, and then you ask more questions. That's science. And Dr. Fauci said, no, I'm science. Well, no, that's not true. That's just not true. Brunner says that Dr. Fauci is a mass murderer. I cannot say you're wrong. Hal is with us and says, who do you think gets convicted first? James Comey, Letitia James, or Dr. Fauci? I would like to see them all convicted at the same time tomorrow. That is if you're asking my opinion, my feeling, I would like to see them all convicted tomorrow at the same time. The least likely to be convicted, I believe, is James Comey. Even though he did make a threat against the president, it was an artistic expression and is subject to your understanding of the artistic expression to get the underlying threat that he was making. And that threat isn't necessarily a life threat. So James Comey, most likely to have no problems. Tish James is probably the easiest of these three to prove. She signed the forms. She did lie. She did violate New York state law. If you're looking at the law and looking at what she did and looking at the documents and looking at who actually was in the house and part of the ownership, it's black and white. And it's exactly what she was trying to claim against Donald Trump. The underlying crimes actually exist in this case. There is documentation. It is written in ink and it is time-stamped. We know it for a fact. It is the easiest to prove is Tish James. And she should go away for 5 to 10 years based on the crimes that she's committed and the documentation of it. As for Dr. Fauci, he's probably the least likely to go to jail. I mean, other than for contempt. He could go to jail for a year for contempt, but that is the most that you can realistically expect to see happening. He has far too much support by the establishment, and again, I didn't say Democrats in that case. I said the establishment. That would be the left and the right and the pharmaceuticals and all the big business all working together. They were all colluding in 2020, 2021, 2022. They were working together against the American people. That web of corruption is so huge, it doesn't just reach across the United States. It doesn't reach just across commerce. It reaches other nations. Because think about it. He was supporting China getting gain of function research. The United States was paying the Chinese to develop COVID. It was their lab. And we were donating money and doing research in tandem and providing them with answers and support of this research that eventually got out into the rest of the world. There are so many problems with helping China do bioweapons research with the American public's money. There are so many problems there. And because that is international, and because of the scope and also the money that is involved, you won't see, Fauci will never be arrested for that, or rather convicted of that. He won't. It's difficult to prove, and it's not just the United States, it's not just the corruption in the U.S., it's international pressure to protect him. Not because he's a good guy, not because Fauci was correct, but it's just that the corruption is too widespread. So I think Fauci, he gets contempt, maybe. He gets into a courtroom. They will get him into a courtroom. He'll get charged with something. He will go into a courtroom. The worst thing they'll get him on is perjury. That's it. The worst they'll get him is perjury. You said that the jab was completely safe, and you knew that at the time you said that was a lie. Perjury, and he goes away. Perjury, I think, is 3 years. So that's it. That's what I think. I could be wrong. I would like to be wrong on that, but that's what I think. Bronner says, as a fellow dog lover, this must infuriate you. Well, yeah, that he tortured the beagles? Absolutely. Oh, I was livid when I heard about how he was literally taking my tax dollars, your tax dollars, to cut the vocal cords of beagles, baby beagles, so that he could torture them to death, being eaten to death by mosquitoes. Not one puppy, dozens of them over years. Dozens over years. That was evil. That's sick. PETA should be screaming bloody murder. I never understood that. Why PETA wasn't freaking out, screaming at his doorstep every day when they found out about the beagles. That the United States government was literally paying to torture beagles to death in a horrific manner. Cut their vocal cords so that the scientists did not have to hear them screaming in pain for their lives until they died. I mean, that's sick and twisted. That is something that's illegal. And PETA should be the first ones screaming above everyone else going, no, we can't allow this to happen. Not with my tax dollars. They should be freaking out. They should be. Where's PETA? Oh, Dr. Fauci is a Democrat. He's protected by big government and several big governments and big industry. The establishment will not touch him. PETA will not talk about Dr. Fauci. PETA, which is supposed to, they're begging you for money, saying that they love your pets more than they love you as a human being. They would kill you to make sure that your pet get an extra bowl of food. That's what PETA says. And they're not screaming for Dr. Fauci's head. I don't understand it. It just tells you the left lies. They are hypocrites. They do not care. They want money. They want power. They want you to comply. They don't want to hear your questions. They should be losing their crap. They should be out of their minds with anger. They're not. They should have never shut up. From the moment we heard about the beagles to this day, there should be no day with a gap without them screaming, look what you did to the beagles. And yet, they are silent. The left isn't serious. They want power. They want money. They want you to shut up. And every one of their organizations are not serious. They don't care. It's just the cover story for them. All of the different organizations, Planned Parenthood, PETA, you want to go through all the different ones, BLM, they're just cover stories to get more power and get more money. That's it. That's the left in a nutshell, right there. Let's see. Bronner says, did you know that Fauci's wife was in charge of the department that was supposed to keep Fauci in line? No, I didn't know that. Or I didn't remember that. Let's see. Americua says, I'm wrong. The president can only pardon for federal law. Yes. Yes, I know. Not state law. Yes, I know. If Fauci broke a state law, then no pardon protection. No, but he's protected by his job. The supremacy clause says that if the federal employee is doing their job legally and correctly, and it breaks state law, federal law takes precedent. That's why I was trying to be very clear about that. And that's why I was showing you, I didn't just make that up. That's also, you can check ChatGPT, you can check Grok, you can check all the AIs, you can look up the statutes of law. The fact is that if you are a federal employee, as Fauci was, and you are legally doing the job, if you're doing exactly what your job description is, and you don't go outside the bounds of that, no corruption, no beagles being tortured to death, no taxpayer funding of gain of function in a foreign country, China, the enemy of the United States. If you don't do any of that kind of stuff, then you're perfectly fine, and you have immunity from any state. Even if any one state wants to sue you, or rather prosecute you, they can't, because you're doing your job for the federal government, and the federal government has supremacy over the states. Therefore, you are immune. If you broke the law or you exceeded the authority of your position, as Fauci did, then you don't have the supremacy clause. You don't have that immunity because of your job, and therefore you could be sued. So that is the difference there. I hope that made more sense. I thought I had made it make clear the first time, but maybe I got it wrong. I apologize to Miracle if I didn't. Judge Napolitano said Rand Paul just needs to walk down the street to the federal court building and have a judge force Fauci to choose is it the Fifth Amendment or a pardon? Sit in jail until you decide. That's what I want to see happen. That's what I want. Well, actually, what I want to see happen is, because of the contempt that Dr. Fauci showed to our senators, to the American people, throw him in jail for a year for contempt, and then put him in front of a judge and have the judge say, no, you reject the pardon and you take the fifth, or you accept the pardon. There is no Fifth Amendment and you can be sued by a state. One or the other. So I kind of agree with you, Brana. Let's see. Let me catch up here. Hey, Logic's with us. Hey, Danny. Good to see you with us. Thank you. Hope you're enjoying this. Again, if people disagree with me, I'm happy to hear you guys tell me why I'm wrong. Gamble versus USA. I'm not going to look that up right now. I'm assuming, America, you're talking about the supremacy clause. Again, I've tried to explain it a couple times. Maybe after the show, you can go to the chat GPT. I'll have the link in there of the exact question I asked, all the responses that I received, as well as in Grok, the same question. I asked the same exact question that I asked in chat GPT. I asked it in Grok. And also they confirmed, especially about the supremacy clause and the combination of the pardon, the supremacy clause, and Fauci's position, how that worked out. And so there is a map and definitions and case law that you can follow. Part of my reasoning comes out of those answers, or clarification of those answers there. So there you go. How I always take questions from people about what they want me to cover. That's why I answer questions. But thank you for the advice, but that's already what I do. And whether there's 4 people or 4,000, and by the way, there's more than 4 people watching the show at any given moment. You may only be looking at YouTube. I have also the people who are watching on Rumble, the people watching on Instagram, the people who are watching on X, the people who are watching on Facebook. I have multiple platforms. So even though one platform may not show as many people, there's more people who watch. And then there's even more people who watch after the show is not live, and they listen to it as they go to sleep, or they're like Barbie, Alabama Barbie, who's working right now feeding the homeless down in Alabama, cooking in a kitchen, and they're listening to it in the background sometimes, or sometimes they can't, and maybe they're doing yard work, so they get interrupted. So at any given moment, I can have as many as 50 to 100 people watching live, and it can drop down at any given moment to 5. It's the nature of how these things go. I do take your advice, and again, that's why I answer questions, and I say, People can always ask me anything, and I will answer as best I can, regardless of what I believe is the topic I want to talk about. I will talk about what you guys want to talk about, especially if you're doing a super chat, especially if you're doing a Rumble rant. But I will talk about what you guys want because you're my audience. Absolutely. Let's see. Bronner says there have been questions raised in the last couple of days if COVID even exists. It does exist. It does. But what is it? It seems to be a manipulated viral virus that affects human beings. Very likely man-made, based on a naturally occurring type of virus, which would be the coronavirus. Yeah, the coronavirus, which is naturally occurring, but it had further manipulation artificially in a lab. It's a cold, essentially. It's a very bad cold. It's a cold that can kill if you meet certain prerequisites. If you're really, really sick, it can kill you. If you're not really, really sick, then it can knock you out for a while. And you'll have a cold. It's like a flu. It can have the same repercussions of a flu because the flu does the same thing. The flu is also a cold that you get. It doesn't kill the majority of people who get it. But if you're very sick or very old, then you can die from a flu. It's the same thing. There is no functional difference. There's scientific difference in the makeup of the DNA and the RNA, but functionally, for average people, no difference than flu. That's not a medical determination because YouTube will say, oh my God, you made a medical determination. I'm not a doctor. I'm not making a medical diagnosis. It's just my understanding of the medical diagnoses and the research that have been done on that. And these are layman terms, as I am a layman, and I'm just expressing that. So YouTube, go screw yourself. Not YouTube people, not the YouTube audience. YouTube, the administration. Because they'll try and shut this video down in a heartbeat. They'll shut down the live stream in a heartbeat. You're not a doctor. No kidding. I never said I was. But I can read a report. Okay, let me go on. Bronner says they say that serial killers often start out torturing and harming the animals. Yes, that's true. That is something that has been documented. They have done the research on that, and it's not just killers. I believe it's sociopaths. Might be psychopaths. I'm pretty sure it's sociopaths. That sociopaths with often are killers. Sociopaths, or rather a subset of sociopaths, are killers. But sociopaths in general, that often an indicator is poor treatment or violent treatment of animals and injured animals like pets and injured animals and small animals. That they will, as a youth, they will harm them just to do so, either because they enjoy it or because they have no empathy and they just want to see the reaction. And so that is a initial flag for other mental deficiencies. And that's often, and there is a correlation there. There's no proof that they're connected, but there is a correlation that as more and more studies are done, they tend to see that happen amongst, I believe it's sociopaths, could be psychopaths, but I believe it's sociopaths, that is something that is very exceedingly common with that group. So that's true. Bruno says, Alabama Barbie is legit cool. Oh, absolutely. I love Alabama Barbie. Cooking up a storm, helping people. You know, I love that. And as someone who advocates for the homeless, I love that. I have done that. There have been some events that I've done where I know I did one thing with, in Broome County, I was working with a young Republican group, and we were making pancakes to raise money for the homeless. It was fantastic. And we fed some of the homeless too. It was really great. I enjoyed it. They gave me a commendation. I didn't need it. Didn't talk about it. I don't really talk about it because it's one of those things that I volunteer. And if I had talked about it in Broome County and said, look what I did to help the homeless, they would have attacked the group. They would have actually, if I had talked about it and say I was involved, they would have literally tried to sabotage the event because I'm a Republican, because I'm an outspoken Republican. It's kind of sad. I hate that. So when I try and do things other than raising money, say for the Jericho Project, which I enjoy doing because they help the homeless directly, but a lot of the things that I do to try and help the homeless, which is something I advocate for, I can't put my name on it because there's a bunch of leftist lunatics that as soon as I put my name on it, they're like, oh my God, you're so evil. It's such a terrible organization. You've got this black Republican working with you. He's Hitler born again. He's a neo-Nazi, blah, blah, blah. And it creates grief for the organization or the people that I'm trying to work with to help the homeless. It's just sad. That really pisses me off. Danny says, humans are the most cruelest of beings on earth because we have choice. Because we have, unlike animals that work off of instinct, animals aren't cruel for the most part. They are instinctual. They're not, if they're going to kill something, it's because they're hungry or they're defending themselves. It may be a consequence of fighting for territory, but there's a reason for it. They don't just do it just because. Yes, cats going after mice or small creatures. Sometimes cats play with things. Cats can be very vicious, but they're not per se cruel. Humans purposefully, for the pure and simple purpose of creating pain, will do things just to be painful, just to be spiteful, just because it will hurt someone with no other benefit. That is something that human beings have, and it's probably why aliens around the universe won't interact with us. Bronner. Okay, we're going to get back to the main show in just a moment here. Bronner says, Ms. Bronner and I used to go across the bridge and donate old blankets, sweatshirts, etc. to homeless shelter at Thanksgiving. That's fantastic. That's a good thing to do. Unfortunately, these days, we struggle to keep ourselves warm and sheltered. I know the feeling. God, I've been homeless twice, and I try and help the homeless. I lost my home a couple of years ago. Now it's about 3-4 years ago now. 2021, I lost my home and almost became homeless again. But I still raised money for the homeless. It's kind of weird like that. But you do what you can when you can to the extent you can. And that's one of the reasons, to be honest and to be fair, one of the reasons why I'm always so interested in trying to raise money and why I'm also trying to get to 5,000 subscribers. Please hit the subscribe button, whatever platform you're on, hit subscribe. Is because then, and I want to be very upfront about it, I have 5,000 people. I can get a sponsor who will help me pay the Jericho Project to help homeless people. It would also help me on things like my birthday or Christmas to raise money for the Jericho Project so that I can give money to the homeless. Because yes, I will hit you guys up on my birthday and on Christmas and say, give some money to the Jericho Project. I do it every year. I have no shame in saying that. I'll tell you right now, on my birthday and on Christmas, I am going to ask you for money. Not for me. I'm going to try and raise money for the homeless. In particular, the Jericho Project, which I think is a worthwhile organization that helps a lot, about 3,000 homeless people a year. And I want them to help more people. So yeah, I will do that. And if I have 5,000 people, that's 5,000 people I can ask for money. If every one person, we get to 5,000 subscribers, I can get $1 from every one of my subscribers. That's $5,000. And I can hit up one of my sponsors and I can get a sponsor and I can ask my sponsor to give me $10,000 on top of the 5,000 that I'm able to raise. Because look, I'm doing a marathon conversation. You're going to have your ad mentioned 3-4 times. Don't you want that? Fantastic. Give me $10,000. I'm donating it to the Jericho Project. Take $5,000 from the audience, give it to the Jericho. That's $15,000. That's going to help a bunch of homeless people. Will I do that every year? Yes, I will. That's why I want 5,000 subscribers. If I get 50,000, I'll do it again with 50,000. That's why I want the subscribers. That's the truth. That's the truth. That's why I want 5,000 subscribers. Am I a greedy bastard? Sometimes. But that's why I want 5,000 subscribers, because I can raise more money for the homeless. Oh, yeah, I get the bonus of, oh, well, you're more famous, Mike. Yeah, okay, that's nice. And maybe, I'll be invited to a bunch of different platforms and say, oh, we'll ask you some questions. Great, that'll be good too. But I want to help the homeless. It's one way to help the homeless. I'm honest. If you hate me for that, then you hate me for that. But that's just true. All right. Let me get back into a few more things before I let you go. So a lot of people may recall that I used to be in Broome County. I used to live in Broome County. I was part of the Broome County GOP. I was a member of the Republican committee. I was a committee man. As well as I had run for Congress in the then New York 19th District. New York 22nd District, excuse me. And I ran there, and I've run for office in Broome County. So I'm pretty well known amongst many politicians in central and southern tier New York. So this story, which may be kind of interesting for a few people, is about Broome County and Kathy Hochul, Governor Kathy Hochul, and illegal immigrants. Now, this caught me. Broome County's sheriff is a man named Fred Akshar. I personally know Fred Akshar. I used to have his phone number too. And Fred Akshar and I have a rocky relationship. We started off, I got introduced to him. We were kind of friendly. He became a state senator for the Broome County, Binghamton region. I think it was District 52, I forget. And then he stepped down because he was going to lose. And he stepped down. He became the Broome County Sheriff, which he is to this day. We've had good days and bad days. We have argued publicly and privately. Just being full disclosure, yes, I know many politicians. Not all of them love me. Not all of them agree with me. And some of them have had fights with me back and forth verbally. We've gone back and forth. So I'm just being full disclosure. So the Broome County Sheriff is someone I personally know for several years, for about a decade. So Broome County Sheriff's Office will end a partnership with Immigration and Customs Enforcement in compliance with a state law passed in May. The story is below. This is being reported by WBNG. Whoever is doing the reporting at WBNG, you suck. This is a horrible description of the story. It isn't motivating, and it's meant to make the left. For people who don't know, the Binghamton area, Broome County, is very left-leaning. That's because of Binghamton University, which is insanely left-leaning because of their leadership at the university. They're insanely left-leaning. They're left-leaning psychos. And you have BLM, you have the Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, Masai Andrews, and a few others, just lunatics on the left. Filled in Binghamton. Huge amount of them. The rest of this area, all the areas around them, Tioga County, Cortland County, red. Very much conservative, very much Republican, red all around them. Broome County, straight up blue, crazy progressives. Okay, so this description is bad. And I mentioned that this is a direct endangerment of the public, which the article doesn't mention. that this is a violation of federal law, which the article doesn't really get into. And politics and this is Kathy Hochul's politics superseding the public. What law will be next to bow before the political agenda of the progressives and socialism? Put another way, how will citizens be made safer, their lives improved, by allowing criminals to not only break, but be rewarded for breaking the law? Now, this is an important question because I'm asking the sheriff, not Fred Akshar. I'm asking the sheriff, the office of the sheriff of Broome County. I'm asking him, how is this going to make people better? Because the implication by being WBNG's news, Channel 12, their implication is that the sheriff is all for this, that the sheriff's office, Fred Akshar, that he was in support of Kathy Hochul, that he was in support of protecting illegal aliens, of violating federal law. That's the first thing I read about this, and it pissed me off, especially since I personally know Fred, and I have a pretty good understanding of Fred. And this is Fred Akshar. Fred Akshar is not doing this because he wants to. He's not doing this because he likes Kathy Hochul or he likes breaking federal law. And I kind of expected that. As much as I may disagree with Fred on several things, he's a decent cop. I got no problems with him as a cop. He's a decent cop. And as far as I can hear from everyone since, he's a decent sheriff, which was to be expected. He's a decent guy at that. He doesn't want to break the law. He wants to enforce the law. That's his job. So I listened to this and I look at the article a little bit more. It's a very, very short article, as you can see, because WBNG really don't want to inform anyone. They want you to just agree with Kathy Hochul, governor of New York, who doesn't like Donald Trump and therefore doesn't like ICE, doesn't like following federal law, which supersedes state law. Again, the supremacy clause. Federal law overrides state law in terms of illegal aliens. But, Kathy Hochul wants New York to be a sanctuary state because she likes to see New Yorkers impoverished. I don't know why, but she does seem to like that, mostly because it keeps her in power. Promises of free stuff gets her votes. That's it. Okay, so I'm looking at this, and the problem with this document from WBNG News is they screwed up. Benjamin made a horrible article because he quotes Fred, except he doesn't really quote Fred. This is a horrible quote. It is out of context, and it isn't what Fred said. He chopped up what the sheriff actually said, and that kind of pisses me off. Look, I understand you got to make it make sense, but he chopped it up badly. Now, if you want to, you can go over to Instagram, and I will keep the link in the description so you can see this. Over 400,000 people have seen this. 400,000 people. Fred's just a little bit behind me. Yes, Fred, I'm more popular than you again. And yes, I got 500,000 on one of my videos on Instagram. You got 400,000, which is still pretty good. Still pretty good, but less than me. Oops. But, when you listen to the entire speech by Fred Akshar, it's actually a good speech. And what he's saying that WBNG isn't telling people is that he in no way, shape, or form thinks that this is correct. He wants to see a lawsuit, and I would suggest, Fred, you should be the one to sue. You went out on the public. You made the statement that you think that Kathy Hochul is playing politics, that she's violating the federal law, that she is wrong, she is endangering the public. Sue her. Have the Broome County Sheriff's Office sue Kathy Hochul. I know city council, I know The region is filled with Democrats, and all the Republicans that are screaming at you right now. The local GOP are screaming, no, Fred, don't shake the boat, because they can't stand it. Broome County does not want to shake a boat. They're so terrified of losing the slight advantage, and actually, I don't think it's an advantage that they have at this time. They're losing, but they're losing power slowly, and they just want to maintain. Screw that, Fred. You're not afraid of doing this. Rock the boat. You've done it before. It's not new. Rock the boat. Sue Kathy Hochul. Have your department absolutely disagree and say that's an unconstitutional order. It is an invalid order. It is an illegal order, that you will continue to work with the federal government, that you will help to mass deport illegal aliens, especially violent illegal aliens, that you will protect and serve, which is one of the things that you were elected to do. Stand up, tell the party to shut up, and do it. This is somewhat personal, folks. It's a professional statement, and it's somewhat of a personal statement. Again, I know Fred. I know the Broome County GOP, and I have no problem pissing them all off. I have no problem with it. Piss you guys off many, many times, and I've always been right, haven't I? Haven't I always been right, guys? They know I have been right in every prediction I have made to you. And I'm going to tell you, Fred, you should take the advantage, take the momentum, and fight Kathy Hochul. Not because you want to be governor, but because it's the right thing to do. That's what I wanted to get across. And I'm pretty sure someone will clip this. Someone will send this to Fred Akshar, and they will say, oh my God, Fred, Mike's talking about you again. And you're going to be pissed off, or maybe you won't. I don't know. And I don't care, because I'm not pissing on your grapes. What I'm saying is, you took a half step, take the full step. Go all the way. I'm encouraging you, Fred. I'm actually encouraging you. Go all the way. Tell Kathy Hochul she's out of her mind. She's illegally harming the public, and that you will not support what she's doing, because you are the sheriff, and because you are meant to protect the public. And that sometimes means protecting them against bad politicians who are corruptly trying to manipulate the public for more power. You have the justification. Do it. I'm pretty sure if everybody who's still, unless I'm totally mistaken, everybody's still in the party that was in the party 4 years ago, don't listen. This isn't about party politics. Take the loss if you need to, guys, but do the right thing. You want to win? You want to win Broome County back? You want to get more wins in there? Do the right thing, because it's the right thing, even if it loses you one election cycle. It's not like you're not losing already. Do it. Do the right thing. And by the way, Fred, you know me personally. You can reach out to me. I think you should have my phone number. You have my email. If you don't, you know the people I know. Reach out to me and say, Mike, I think you're an idiot. If you want to come on, Fred, and you want to address anything that I've said, I have always given you the opportunity to come on live, to do an interview, to say whatever it is you want to say, whether you agree with me or not. I've never been shy about that. I've never not given you that opportunity. If you think I in any way have pissed on your grapes, no problem, Fred. Come on. I will have you on. You can speak as much as you want and tell everyone why you think I'm wrong on whatever it is you might think I'm wrong on, or what you think I'm right on, or why you think that you can't do what I'm suggesting that you should do. I'll be more than happy to have you on. As for the rest of the GOP, the Broome County Republicans, the party, shut up. I don't care. That's what I'll say to those guys. Some of you I like, and the rest of you I don't. And I think you guys know which one is which. So there it is. So I just wanted to cover that real quick. That little section was just for me. That was more for me. Past politics. But it's relevant to what's going on right now. Jason left a comment here. But we saved so much money on Social Security. What? But we saved so much money on Social Security. When did we save money on Social Security? What are you talking about? Jason, I'm not understanding your comment because it doesn't make sense. We've been losing money on Social Security for most of the 58 years I've been alive. So, no. And we saved money? How? I'm not sure I understand what you're talking about. Please respond again and give me more context on what you're talking about, because I don't get it. I'm not sure with the things I was just talking about, which is in reference to illegal aliens, Kathy Hochul violating the law. We were talking a little bit about what's going on with Dr. Fauci. I don't understand how any of that connects to Social Security. I don't know where you're getting Social Security out of the conversations. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying give me some clarification. I'll be happy to talk about Social Security if you want to. You're my audience. Thank you for being part of my audience. I just want to be able to answer. If you have a question, I want to answer it. If you have a critique, I want to answer that or address it. I just don't get it. Okay, Jason says sarcasm with the COVID and the nursing homes. Oh, I get it now. Okay. In case anyone else misses it, now I get it. So it's in reference to Andrew Cuomo killed 16,000 New York residents, mostly old people, because of the policies coming down from Anthony Fauci. Okay. And because 16,000 of our elderly in the nursing homes passed away when they shouldn't have, but because they passed away, then we don't have to pay them anything more for Social Security. So we saved Social Security. I get it now. Now it makes sense. Now I'm with you. Okay. So just in case anyone else was kind of like lost like I was, now it makes sense in the comment. Thank you, Jason. Yes, sarcastic, and I get it. And you're right. You are right. I just needed to put it in context there. So thank you for that. And you know what? Initially, Bronner was kind of like, I don't get it. And now he's like, yeah, I get it now. Now it makes sense. Yeah, now it makes perfect sense. So thank you for that. I like that. See, that's why I ask for like context sometimes, because I try to get things. I don't always. Let's see. No, that's the. Oh, by the way, earlier someone was asking a question about there's supposed to be 3 states that are going to be trying to prosecute Dr. Fauci. Louisiana is one of them. Florida is one, and Louisiana is one. And there's a third one, which I don't remember. And this is coming from 4WWL. This is a news station down in Louisiana, and their attorney general, Liz Murrill, is going to be joining in that. So you're looking at probably 4 states at this moment are going to be trying to prosecute Dr. Anthony Fauci. So I know someone that asked about that. I wanted to make sure I updated that for you guys. Hey, Bronner, no problem. I know I go long sometimes on these. It's like, what is it? Mahler, who does entertainment. He does movie reviews. He goes very long, and they call him the long man. I'm kind of like the long man of politics. Not because I'm black, although it's true, but because I just do long form political commentary. I've been doing it longer than almost anybody. Believe it or not, guys, I've been doing this like 20 years. Before almost anybody on social media were doing long form, I was doing long form. This was my format always. So, yeah, I'm kind of like the long man of politics because I'm black and because of the way I do the show. But I thank you guys for checking out as much as you do at any given moment. Let me see here. I wanted to, we're going up. I wanted to cover Mandami a little bit, and then I'll end the show. But Mandami pissed me off. Zoran Mandami is just, he's a horrible mayor. He really is. And he's a horrible human being. Not a lot of people across the country will hear about this because it's been relegated to local news. So you're not going to hear this. If you're down in Miami, you're over in Phoenix, you're over in, I don't know, Chicago, wherever you are in the country, you're probably not hearing about this, but you should. Mandami is such an egomaniac. He thought that he would have the right, and people are so enamored with him that he could show up at the funeral for a United States soldier who died at the hands of Iran, and he thought he could speak at that event. This is the same Zoran Mandami who supports Hamas and terrorism. This is the same Zoran Mandami who despises, apparently, Israeli people, Jewish people. He's the same guy who wanted to arrest Netanyahu. He's the same guy who's trying to have a secret meeting, illegal secret meeting with Iran while the U.S. is fighting with them. This is the same guy who supports Hamas. Yeah, and he thought that because he's mayor and because he's a socialist and because he's pro-terrorism, that he would be able to speak at the funeral of an American soldier. No. And I just want to point out that the nation should hear about this, that he went to the event, not because he was invited, because he's mayor. And so he went, as you can see, and you can see they threw him back here. So we have the family, you have military members, then you have all the politicians. Did you see that? So let me make this a little bit bigger, if I can. So, family, members of the military, that likely this young woman who was killed by Iran, the IRGC, likely members that she served with, and family. Then there is, in this third row, you've got, oh my God, Kathy Hochul herself. Kathy Hochul showed up. Okay. Tish James, a couple of other Democrats that I just really don't care about, local politicians. Okay. And stuck behind them, there's Zoran Mandami on his own, not directly linked to the rest of the other Democrats, off on his own. Even though there are all kinds of New York politicians in this row, they threw Mandami behind them. They didn't want to see him. They didn't want to talk to him. Mandami's pissed off. And they asked, again, this is a pro-Donald Trump family, pro-Donald Trump soldier, someone who volunteered, a young woman who volunteered to serve in the army to go and fight against Iran. And they even let Kathy Hochul speak at the funeral. Kathy Hochul, crazy Democrat that she is, they let her speak. And she was very respectful. And the family said, we may bend a little bit to let Kathy Hochul, a governor, speak at their daughter's funeral. But there was no way in hell they were going to let Zoran Mandami speak. Zoran, in this photo, he's got his iPad. He's preparing his speech. he thinks he's going to actually talk. He thinks that he has the right, because he's the mayor, to go and speak at this funeral. He didn't ask the family. He didn't ask for permission. He didn't ask if there would be an opportunity. He just expected he's in the room and they're just going to pick him. And they're just going to say, hey, Madami, I see you right there. Come on up. No one said that. In fact, they said, oh, it's Mandami. Absolutely not. Hell no. Let hell freeze over first. Mandami didn't speak. He's pissed off now. He's mad at his people. He's like, but I'm the mayor. Yeah, but you're also a socialist who loves terrorists. So no, screw you, Mandami. I mean, can you imagine? Think about what he was saying on July 3rd, not July 4th. He didn't say anything about America 250, America's 250th birthday. He was not proud enough about America to actually celebrate America on July 4th. He made an announcement on July 3rd, the day before, so that he didn't speak on July 4th. Didn't go to any events on July 4th. He didn't celebrate America publicly, anywhere, privately, anywhere. No, he didn't. He doesn't love America. And this guy who was trying to stop Americans from celebrating the 250th birthday, which didn't work. Tens of thousands of Americans gathered in Times Square anyway, and they celebrated America's 250th birthday anyway, in spite of Mandami anyway. So that didn't work. This guy thinks he's going to get up and say how he wants to spit on America's grave, that he would spit on the daughter's grave. This is an insulting man. Look at what he said about America. He insulted us. He smacked us on July 3rd and didn't even have the audacity. He didn't have the balls to stand up on July 4th and said, yeah, let me say it on July 4th, on America's birthday. Didn't have the balls. Instead, he ran away because he's a coward. Like most socialists, he's a coward. I am so happy to let the rest of the world know that Mandami got the treatment he deserved. He was ignored. He was shunned. He was outcast. Even among Democrats, he was outcast. Kathy Hochul was allowed to speak. And she's a nutbag leftist. And they let her speak. But not Mandami, because he's anti-American. And I'm so proud of the family for making that decision. I'm so proud of the family. And by the way, the family is for Army Sergeant Angel Sarah Rampersad. That's who they were eulogizing. Army Sergeant Angel Sarah Rampersad. And may she rest in peace. My condolences to the family. I feel sorry for your loss. I know it's a heavy weight. And for the parents, I can imagine it's incredible to lose a child. No parent should have to go through that. And so you do have my sympathy. And at the same time, I can't applaud you guys enough for giving Mandami the treatment he deserves. Because he's not a superstar. He's not America. He doesn't represent American people. He's vile. And so I'm very happy to show off how he got treated because he earned that treatment. By the way, speaking about how he's getting, or how he earns his treatment, by the way, there is a petition to have Mandami banned from the 25th anniversary of 9/11. I support it. There are 69,000 Americans, and I presume mostly New Yorkers, that have signed a petition saying Zohran Mandami should not be allowed at the event. This is the 25th anniversary. You will see Donald Trump. You will see Kathy Hochul. You will see a bunch of politicians on the left and on the right. They're all going to come to New York on 9/11, September 11th, this year, 2026. They're all coming. They're going to fill downtown. This is going to be a big day. It's going to be a solemn day. And sadly, September 11th is my mom's birthday. Sadly. It was my mom's birthday before we had, Osama bin Laden ruined the day for my mom. Asshole that he was. But there will be a lot of politicians here. And many of them will want to speak, and they will speak outside of the event. 9/11 is a solemn event. It's a very quiet. Politicians are not. None of them, including Trump, even the president, no one's expected to speak. This isn't about politicians. It's not about politics. They're not supposed to speak. Not the governor, not the president, not a bunch of senators. No one's going to be speaking. So it's not even like it's a speaking engagement that Mandami, there are 69,000 people that don't want Mandami there, even if he, even if he doesn't speak. His mere presence is repulsive to Americans as they celebrate America and American citizens that have given their all. That's because Mandami loves terrorism. He loves the terrorists. He's not an American citizen in my mind. Call that unfair. Okay. But I despise the man. He's a socialist. He's a communist. He loves socialism. He loves terrorism. He loves the terrorists above the American people. I do not want him there. Now, the one thing I noticed about all this, as I'm ranting a little bit here, because it does piss me off, but one of the things that I'm noticing here is that if you look through the CBS News coverage from today, from July 28th, if you're looking through it, and at the time, on July 28th, there were 23,000 signatures. I know that it's at least 69,300 at this moment, and I'll show you why in a moment. But when I was looking through this, the one thing that I noticed is at no point in CBS's coverage of this petition did they show anyone a link. They have no picture of the actual petition. They have no link to the petition. They don't want you to be able to find it. They didn't want you to sign it. And I had to search, but I found it. I did find the petition. By the way, 69,391. They said it was 23,000. It's increased. As much as CBS News and the mainstream news media have been glossing this over and hiding this from the public, they don't want you to know that there are almost 100,000, well, getting close to 100,000 American citizens that do not want to even see Zoran Mandami on September 11th. Don't want to see his face anywhere. God forbid that he actually wants to speak. They don't want to see him. And the news media is trying to cover it up. It is news. They covered it, but they don't want to tell anyone else in the nation. They don't want Zoran Mandami to be embarrassed. It might affect the other DSA members across the country that are trying to win and using Zoran Mandami as their example. Here's the example. America hates the DSA. They hate socialism and they hate people who hate America. No one in America wants you at 9/11. Not Zoran Mandami, not AOC, not Ilhan Omar. Oh my God, not Ilhan Omar, not Rashida Tlaib. They can all join up with Mandami, get in a ferry and ride around the bay. I don't care. I don't want to see them for the day. No, thank you. No, thank you. In the description on Rumble and on YouTube, there will be this link. Because unlike CBS, NBC, ABC, unlike the local news organizations that are protecting Zoran Mandami, the same people who didn't want to tell you that Zoran Mandami got bitch slapped by the family of Sergeant Angel Rampersand, they didn't want to tell you that to protect the DSA, to protect Democrats. And they're the same people who don't want to tell you about this petition because they want to protect Democrats. Screw that. I don't care if you're a Democrat. I don't care. I don't care if you're a libertarian. I don't care if you're a Republican or a conservative. You can be the third party. I don't care. Or an independent. I do care if you're a communist. Shut up. I don't care. If you're a communist, I don't care. But everyone else, be whatever you want to be. And you should know this because you can sign this. This isn't Republican. This isn't conservative. It's not exclusive. This isn't about Orange Man Bad. It's not about MAGA. It's not America First. It's just America. I don't think that Zoran Mandami has earned the right. In fact, by his actions, by his words, by his beliefs as he's described them, he has absolutely not earned and rejected the right to be anywhere near the 9/11 site, Mount Manhattan. I would say New York City. He doesn't deserve to be on this island of Manhattan on September 11th. He should not speak. He shouldn't be at any public event. He will, and he will insult America, guaranteed. He will insult the lives that were lost because he can't help himself. He's a DSA member. He loves terrorism. He can't help himself. He has to promote terrorism. He has to promote socialism and communism. He has to insult American people. He doesn't know how to have a speech without doing that because he doesn't like us. He loves Uganda. Go back to Uganda, really. But so I'm showing you guys this so that you, if you choose to, you can go and sign up. And, you know, you could do something like this. Gee, would I like to sign up from here in the Bronx and display my name? Yes, I will. I could chip in money. I'm not going to because I don't want to give money. This doesn't require money. This isn't about money. This is about making a statement. And the money is going to go to something else. So this is about, oh, well, donate, get money, No. So what did I just do? Did it update? Should update. Yep. It is now 70,730. I hope that the 534,000 people who looked at my video about Fauci on Instagram, I hope every single one of them go and sign on this petition. I hope that the thousands of people who've watched this program and other programs that I do go and sign the petition. I would love for us to have a September 11th without seeing or hearing Zoran Mandami for the entire day, for 24 hours. 70,730, and that's with nobody in the news media talking about this. This is not national, and it should be. And they won't provide you the link so that you can find this petition. They're hiding this. They're protecting Mandami. And 70,000 people, 50,000 more than when CBS News first mentioned this existed, found the petition. Americans are looking for this. They don't want Mandami there. I don't want Mandami there. If you think I'm wrong, you think I'm being mean, tell me why. Don't worry, I'm not going to be upset with you. Don't tell me I'm ugly. Don't tell me I'm a racist, blah, blah, blah. I hear that crap all the time. Don't tell me that. It's a waste of time. But if you think, Mike, no, but that's just too mean. Okay, why? I've explained, I think, pretty clearly how low an opinion I have of the mayor, Mayor Mandami. He's earned it. Tell me why I'm wrong. If you can't, sign the petition. Going to cost you nothing. You don't have to put your name on it. I did. I have no problem putting my name on it. You don't have to. I did it publicly. You don't have to. But sign the petition. But let me see what everyone else has to say right now. Let's see. Bronner's back. He didn't leave yet. He says, just read another interesting thing. Dr. Fauci's daughter, Allison, worked for Twitter, actively silencing anyone who questioned her father. I do remember that she was part of the suppression that the Biden administration was using to shut people down, to wipe out their careers and delete their channels. So, yeah, it was absolutely corrupt. Start to finish. That's true. Gracie says, thanks for covering it accurately. Thank you for, well, I try. I try to cover things that you know about and the things that they don't want you to know about. You know, you may not agree with me all the time, and that's fine, but at least you deserve to know. You're an adult. You're intelligent. You have choice and agency in your life to do what we do, which is to be Americans and to have, and for me as a political commentator, I have to talk to you about the truth. Here are the facts, and here's what I conclude from that. Whether or not you agree with it, that's up to you. But I'm going to give you as much information because you're intelligent. You will make the right decision for you. I don't need to tell you what that decision is. So thank you, Gracie. Thank you. Marikua has a comment. And let's see. Marikua says, what did I do? There it is. Marikua says, Mandami couldn't find Pocatello or Nogales without a map and Lewis and Clark. You could find Pocatello or Nogales without a map and Lewis and Clark. Yeah, that's probably true. But I tell you what, he's just he aggravates me. I am aggravated actively by Mandami because of his, it's one thing to say, look, let me explain this in a different way. You know, I don't like Kathy Hochul as a politician. I don't know her personally. I don't care. There are very few politicians. Well, that's not true. I know a bunch of politicians, so that's not correct. But like as an example, when I know a politician, I have a personal feeling about them one way or the other, bad history or whatever it may be. Like when I was talking about Fred Akshar, I disclose it up front. And I say, oh, this is what I know about this politician, good, bad, indifferent. This is, I have certain feelings about that person one way or the other, which may bias me one way or the other about that person. When I talk about Larry Sharp, he's a friend of mine. Larry is a guy I've known for over 10 years. Larry is he's a Marine. I was a Marine. We've talked many, many times. I know him personally, in person. We've gone out to dinner. I know his daughters. Okay. So there's a bias in that, which I try to make sure doesn't carry over when I'm interviewing Larry. I try to be as professional as possible. In fact, I try to be meaner to Larry because I know him and because he is my friend. I try to be meaner and give him harder questions because I do know him. And I try to do that with all the politicians that I do know. When I'm interviewing them, when I'm covering them, I'm meaner about it because I know them and I have a personal connection to them. That's what I do. I think it's fair. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Depends on the day, I suppose. I don't know Kathy Hochul. Fair enough. But I don't like her policies. She's a Democrat. More importantly, she's out for herself. She's just like Andrew Cuomo. She'll be whatever. She's a chameleon, just same as Kamala Harris. They will become whatever they need to be to get your vote. They don't give a damn. They have no core political beliefs. They will believe anything. They will say anything. They will support any idea. They will flip-flop on a dime. If it gives them a paycheck and it gets them a vote, they will flop all over the place. And it doesn't matter if it makes any sense. It doesn't matter if it looks silly, because they don't give a damn. They don't care about you. That's Kathy Hochul. So that's not a high opinion of Kathy Hochul. Same thing for Bruce, who's the Republican running for governor in New York. I got the same opinion of him as I do as Kathy Hochul. They don't care. They're there for a paycheck. They're there to get a vote, and they don't care about you. And it doesn't matter what they say or what they do, because they're just there for the money and for the check, and maybe for their ego, which, politicians, huge egos, all of them. Okay. And with that being said, I would still rather hear from and see Kathy Hochul and or Bruce Blakeman on 9/11 than Zohran Mamdani. I would rather I'd rather do an interview with Kathy Hochul, live one-on-one, or covering an event with Kathy Hochul down in 9/11. I'd rather do that, which is a silly puff piece interview, because that's all that's going to happen on 9/11. Everyone's going to give you a bunch of platitudes. Doesn't matter on the left, on the right, doesn't matter. They're all going to be spouting platitudes about America and what it means, and 9/11 and how that impacted them and you and everything else. And it's sadly, it won't be what it should be about the Americans, the sacrifice that they were made to make, the value of being American, how we rallied together on September 12th, how America was very different after. And there's good and bad to that, but essentially it's more good than anything else. It's not going to be about that. But Zohran Mamdani actively pisses me off. Just actively pisses me off. The man, I can't think of another politician that I think is as abusive of the American people. I can't think of another person who hates the American people as much as Zohran Mamdani does, who actively is doing things that is actually getting him close to burning the American Constitution, which is what he wants. That's a goal. That's a goal of the socialists. That is a goal of the progressive socialists. That is a goal of the Democratic Socialists of America. They want to burn the Constitution. They want to burn the amendments. They want to take all of your rights and replace it with permission slips from the government. Because Mamdani thinks he's going to be sitting at the top seat of that mound of death and destruction. He thinks he's going to be the king of all of the ashes. He's not. Historically, that's not what happens. Historically, when we see countries shift towards socialism and communism, the teachers and the politicians get killed immediately, instantly. Why? They're the people that people look to. They're the people who actually made the change. They're the people who got to go. They will be a problem. And unless you're in the inner circle, you're dead. We saw that in the Soviet Union. We saw that in China. We saw that in Cuba. Everywhere we have seen socialism, always the same thing. Teachers, politicians, gone. Unless you are the inner circle, and Mamdani is not, you are gone. So it's just kind of very annoying. So this is me just spouting for a moment, and I thank you for indulging me on this. Please do go and sign the petition. I will have the link up in about an hour. I'm going to walk my dog again. Then I'll put up all the links, and it'll be on there, pretty much one of the last ones. and you'll be able to go and sign the petition for Mandami to have him banned from 9/11, because I think he earned it. I think he has earned it. I don't want to ban anyone else, even on the left, even the Democrats. I don't want to ban them. I do want to ban Mandami. But if you think I am wrong, let me know. A couple final thoughts here. Let's see. We got Bronner, who did stick around, even though he said he was going to go. He says, it's just shocking, Mike. They said that Fauci was science. They did. His wife was in charge of keeping him honest, which she absolutely was not. She wanted the money. And his daughter silenced doctors who disagreed because she wanted the money and wanted to protect her dad. They all knew this whole time, and they let them do it. Yes. Yes. Massive failure. Let me see. Brian says, I don't want to hear from any politician on 9/11. I would prefer most of them to be silent. That's true. I'm not against that. But they're going to all want to speak. They're all going to do speeches. Absolutely guaranteed. Left and right, they're all going to do speeches. Trump's going to do a big event. Guaranteed. So will Kathy Hochul. So will Bruce Blakeman. They're all going to do it. I'm just being honest. That they're all going to have something to say that day. And they're all going to fill the airwaves, and it's just going to be a waste of time. And no one's really going to have any. I think it's absolutely probable that 99% of every politician that speaks that day will say nothing of substance, nothing that will truly touch the core of most Americans or human beings on the planet. It's a waste of time. It's a photo op. And that's kind of insulting in and of itself. It's a photo op. Don't make it a photo op. It's the 25th anniversary of people that died. I'm here in New York. I knew people who worked in the building, day traders. I was a broker at the time. I knew people who were traders in that building. I knew people, some of my clients and friends were in that area, nearly died. It was a big deal. They're gonna trash it, and that just annoys me. And Mandami's going to be one of the biggest voices trashing America that day. I don't want him to be harmed, but I don't want to hear him. I want him silent. I really do. Just pisses me off. And Bronner says it's absolutely insulting. It's true. It absolutely true. What is this? Oh my God. What LOL? Okay. That's an interesting tag name. Cool. Hey, oh my God. What LOL? Good to be here with you. Or is it 0 milligrams? Is it 0 milligrams? 0 milligrams, what LOL? Or is it, oh my God? I don't know. I'm not sure. And they say, Israel is real. X space Jew. Okay. I'm not sure what that means. Thank you for watching the program. Like, share, and subscribe. I don't know what else to say to that. I'm not picking on you. I'm just, one, I'm not sure if that says 0 milligrams or, oh my God. I just don't know. And I don't understand your comment. I mean, Israel is real. Yeah, okay. And maybe you're Jewish. Okay. I got no problem with that. It's not a problem for me. If you're thinking that someone's going to be like, oh my God, you can't say that. That's not this channel. So, okay. But thank you for, making a comment. I do appreciate, even if I don't understand every comment all the time, I do appreciate it. I appreciate you guys being here with me, listening to me rant sometimes. Sometimes we're having a conversation about serious issues. And actually, usually on a Sunday, you'll get a little bit of everything. A bunch of news that you may have known or you may not have known, some predictions, some consequences that you may have known or you may not have known. and a little bit of me ranting and a bunch of your questions getting answered and your comments being responded to, because you are my audience. I respect you. I love you guys. And I thank you for being here with me. You make it worth doing. For 20 years, you guys make it worth getting done. That's the truth. So with that said, it is Sunday. It is 8 o'clock. I got to walk my dog. Then I'll get the links for all of the content that we had today. I'll have that up in the description on YouTube and on Rumble. Got to get ready for Monday, just like you guys do. So enjoy the rest of your evening. Get something to eat, because that's what I got to do as well. I forgot it. I haven't eaten yet today. And I will talk to you guys again very, very soon. Thank you, one and all. Oh, wait a minute. You caught me, Bronner. You caught me just before I was about to hit the button. Mike, I found a video earlier and was wondering if I can post in the permit comment section. It sounds like a way to prosecute Fauci. I forget if I have the permit comments blocked for the comments after the show. I believe you can still add a link. I don't think I blocked that. If I didn't, then send it to me directly on my email, and I'll make sure that it gets up. Okay? So either way, I'll make sure it happens, that you can get it there. You should be able to do it after the live ends, but if it doesn't, send it to me in the email, and I will make sure it happens. Okay? Yep, you can see me tomorrow. Yes, I will be in the chat with Larry Sharp's Gov Shack on the Larry Sharp channel on YouTube, on Rumble. God, that man's on more social media platforms than I am, and I thought I was on a bunch. He's on everything, and I will be in the chat there, so we'll have some fun tomorrow at 7 p.m. All right, I'll talk to you again soon, guys.